Alright guys, welcome back to Tsumihoroboshi. We're going to be diving into Chapter 11 as we just finished Chapter 10, which means we are nearing the home stretch, and my god, Rena has gone beyond the realm of your average conspiracy theorist. Shit's gonna get crazy. And look, the text is still like blood red. Even if I turned on the light in my hideout, no one would see it because of the piles of abandoned cars in the way. Well, I'm aware of that. I decided not to turn it on, just in case. It's a bit scary to hide in this quiet place alone in the dark, holding my breath. I'd have to keep myself busy with something. But my brain won't work properly, and I don't have the energy to think about what to do from now on. Yeah, you're in a bad spot here. However, I don't have the courage to lie down to sleep and regain my strength either. Well then, what? Every time I hear or thought I heard a suspicious sound, I'd gasp and stare into the dark. That's all I did all night. Paranoia, right? Uishi believes the Sonozaki family was behind the conspiracy, but he can't do much without solid evidence. And for that, he has to locate the facility where they're doing the research on the parasite. But we have no idea where it is. So, is this going to end with... I'm curious if this ends with the gas thing happening and everyone in the town dying except for Rena or something. I feel like that's a possibility considering it is past the date of Watanagashi, right? It's past Watanagashi and it's been past it for a few days. So that could happen. I think the Erie Clinic is still the most likely site, but I have no credible evidence. Really, I don't think they'd do their research in a place so obvious, even if I could guess it. They might be using one of the bomb shelters that was built during the war as some kind of secret underground research center. Well, then you're never going to find them. Now that I come to think about it, I remember a secret building nobody's allowed into on the premises of Furude Shrine. Oh my goodness, is she gonna finally check the back of the shrine building? Because last time we checked out the shrine building, and in every route we've checked it out, which is, I mean, 2, we've basically gone towards the back of the shrine building and chickened out at the end due to hearing strange noises on Shion's part, or just being terrified of the premises in general on Keiichi's part. That would be interesting. Is she gonna try and sneak in and find like a secret entrance? Because I think there was a rumor in the first arc that you could go right to the swamp from here, and like that they drowned people in the back or some shit. So we'll see. I think it's called the Ritual Storehouse. According to Mio-san's research, the Furude Shrine is the center of the local worship of Uyashiro-sama. Fair enough. The priest keeps the tools for ceremonies in the ritual storehouse. One of the ceremonies is the bizarre festival Watanagashi, and so is the shrine storage. It must be something sacred, right? Yeah, that makes sense. If I remember correctly, Watanagashi is also a medical ritual designed to vaccinate and immunize people against the all-too-strong parasites. That means the tools they used for Watanagashi were medical ones. If my guess is right, the ritual storehouse is the most sacred place in the village, as well as the most appropriate building to use for medical purposes. It's suspicious. Okay. So we are going there. There might be a secret research center in the ritual storehouse. I mean, I'm going to question that, and the easiest rationale for that is, if there was a secret research center in the ritual storehouse, would you not catch people moving in and out of it? It would have to have at least some traffic in and out. A quick hydrate. A Columbus and a Kiara summer outfit. No thanks. No thank you. Kiara Summer is already pretty cursed. Alright. Damn it. The police should be performing a raid on the ritual storehouse, not the clinic. Why didn't I think of that when I was talking with Uishi on the phone earlier? I hope Uishi realizes this too. Should I go back to the phone booth and tell him about the storehouse? When I thought of that, I heard a car coming closer and I held my breath. It's not normal for a car to come here this late at night. I thought about many possible scary scenarios, which made me nervous. After a while, I saw the headlights of the car near the former dam construction site. The car must have passed by me and gone to the office. But it's a deserted, empty office building. There's nothing there. But Rena, there's electrical power in an abandoned building. You know what happens when they don't pay the electrical bills, right? They cut the power. There's nothing there. It's not a place where people would visit this late at night. While I was staring into the dark, the engine of the car stopped and its headlights were turned off, I could see 2 flashlights flickering in the darkness. The lights moved into the office building. They must think I'm hiding there. I held my breath and kept watch on their movements. I can't tell who they are, but I bet they're pawns of the Sonozaki family. They know I ran from home. They must be looking for me out everywhere in the village. Though I needed to conceal my breath, my face started feeling itchy and I had an urge to stretch my legs. My own body infuriated me. Don't you hate that? You can sit still playing video games for hours, and then if you're asked to sit still and do nothing for 5 minutes, you're like, dear God, I need to run somewhere. The humidity made me sweat all over, so the back of my knees and my neck had been itchy for a while. Scratching would make an unbelievably loud noise, so I decided not to scratch anymore. It usually doesn't make any noise when I just scratch some mosquito bites. I'm probably being nervous, overreacting. If that's enough, overreacting makes sense. There's quite the distance between me and them, and I'm in the dark holding my breath. They wouldn't notice it even if I sneezed, let alone scratched myself. But I didn't want to make any noise at all, so I tried to forget the itchiness, and after that I ended up scratching everywhere like mad. All the same. I have to live in hiding, so I'm like this for a while, so I don't know how long I can go when I'm nervous, just on the first night. I mean, the first night's probably the worst, to be honest. Like, you're uncomfortable, you're not used to this, and you're really tense because you think you're going to be found at any minute. But I mean, if you hide out for like a week, I bet you the second week is... I bet you, like, the second day is probably easier than the first day. I need to toughen up more so I can remain placid, even in a situation like this. I forced myself to relax, scratched my neck without hesitation, and tried to cope with the sticky sweat all over my body. I started getting hungry. My stomach growled. It's a good sign, though. It means I'm starting to relax. I can't eat yet, though. It'd make a lot of noise. I decided to wait until they finished looking for me and went away. Go away. Go away. I can eat if you go away. It seemed the intentions I was sending out bore fruit. They stopped looking around the building. But I must have concentrated my thoughts too strongly. They were pointing their flashlights in my direction. Did they notice me? No. Not only that, they're walking towards me. I made my body as small as possible, hid under the blanket, and listened for their footsteps as carefully as I could. And all the while, I heard their footsteps coming closer and closer. They're probably following the electrical cord if she didn't bury the cable. Since the footsteps were coming straight towards me, they must already know where I am. I think it's scary. There's no way they know where I am. If they did, they wouldn't have wasted their time looking for me around the office building, and they wouldn't walk as slowly as they did. It's just a coincidence they're walking in this direction, surely. I'm hiding under the blanket. I can't see who they are. I don't know where they're shining their lights. I can't stick my head out from the window to see who they are either. I'll just stay motionless like a rock until I sense they're gone. They stopped when they came near my hideout. I could hear their conversation. I don't think she's here. Let's look out for her. You look over there. I could tell by the sound of their footsteps. They went separate ways, and each of them is walking around the piles of trash separately. I made this hideout out of an abandoned car. I just redecorated it. On the outside, it still looks like nothing other than an abandoned car. Oh, they aren't following the cable. Once you look inside, you can tell it's more than that, though. So if they look inside, I'm done for. It's obvious they're looking for me. Are they a Sonozaki Corps attack unit? If they find me, I'll be killed for sure. I know all too well this place is perfect for murdering people. I killed 2 people here myself. If I can do it, it's no problem for them, because they're real professional killers. And so there's nothing I can do right now. I just gotta pray they'll leave soon. At that time, I heard a slight beeping sound. This is Sushi. I hear you loud and clear. Yep. Gogura? Yes. Understood. What's wrong? It seems like Rena Ryugu's in Gogura. Somebody saw her there. That's it. Well, we'll never find her now. What are we gonna do? It's an order. We gotta find her no matter what and bring her to him. Doesn't matter if she's in Sapporo or Hakata. We gotta find her. These are cops. It'll be impossible to find her, though. Do we still have to look? Rena Ryugu has Mio Takano's scrapbooks, and he wants them. He was pretty upset about it, so I'm sure they're worth a lot. So what are we gonna do? Well, it seems he recalled the others, except the ones who are watching her house. We should go back to the office, too. Have some barley tea or something. Why do they always say barley tea? Hold up. I'm gonna check if they translated barley tea to something else. They actually call beer barley tea in Japanese? My Japanese is horrendous. I don't see beer anywhere. Is it actually barley tea then? I don't see biru, so I'm guessing barley tea. I'm guessing it's actually barley tea, which is certainly one way. Certainly one way to describe things. Okay. I was curious if it was just like translated to English weirdly, or yeah, I was right. I was right. Okay, what's that last sentence? Yeah, it is barley tea. There is the kanji for tea, so they actually say barley tea in Japanese. It was the one on the bottom left, I believe. It was like where or is. Where the word or in the last sentence of the last paragraph was tea. I don't know. I guess banshi or barley could have been like wheat-ish, but it didn't look quite right. All right. After a while, I heard the engine of their car starting. I finally got out from under the blanket and looked outside the window. Car made a U-turn and drove away. The sound of the engine faded away into darkness. I heaved a sigh of relief. I scratched all my itchy mosquito bites, wiped the sticky sweat off my face and neck, and finally allowed myself to cough. I heard their conversation clearly. They're the pawns of the Sonozaki Corps, without a doubt. I think they're cops. It matches with what Ueshi told me. They said something very important. They clearly said they're after the scrapbooks. They're working for Ueshi. Up until now, I only assumed they were chasing after me because I had Mio-san's scrapbooks. This is one way to confirm it. I mean, you're not considering the fact that that Ueshi sent the police to look for you as well. But you're like assuming you can give orders to a cop after you've spoken to him, what, twice in your whole life? It seems a bit courageous, but then again, she's not in the soundest mental state. I couldn't force myself to believe it was just my assumption, but they said it loud and clear. We need to find Rena Ryugu. She has Mio Takano's scrapbooks. That's what they said. They also said they're keeping watch on my house. I'm not surprised. That's exactly what I would do if I were them. I can't go back to my house anymore. It's out of the question. But in fact, they said something way more important than any of that. They said Rena Ryugu was seen in Gogura. If I was in a normal situation, I'd probably think somebody saw a lookalike and I'd laugh out loud, but the situation is different now. Mio was dead, but she was at the festival. I'm here, but I was in Gogura. Mio wrote about it in her scrapbooks, and I didn't want to believe it. They're coming closer to me, and I don't mean the Sonozakis. Something beyond common sense is going to happen. Should I fight? Should I run? I don't even know what I should do. I feel like I'm running to the spot with fear. Am I about to be eaten? So, Mio was dead 24 hours before the festival, but she somehow showed up in person, carried out all that occult stuff, broke into the storehouse, etc. But she was already dead. I don't know how, I can see how Rena's terrified of this. I'm guessing that they probably, the coroner, or whoever it was, the guys doing the autopsy screwed up. I don't want to be eaten alive. I want to run away if I can't win. If I can't run, I want to fight. I'm going to be happy. I know I am. I'm not going to sit pretty. I'm not going to let them get me. But the enemy Mio forced hold of in the scrapbooks is coming closer. It's starting to eat me. I'm in the garbage dump alone. If I disappeared without anyone knowing it, the person who was in Gogura would replace me and start living my life. Nobody would notice the change. My father wouldn't notice. My friends wouldn't notice. It would replace me without anyone having noticed it. Wait. Many people close to me might have been replaced already. That's right. That's right. The Sonozaki family's plotting bioterrorism, but it's only a part of what they are planning. Mice possessed by them don't get scared of cats. As a result, they don't run away. They'll be eaten by the cats, and then they can move into the cats' bodies. Mice are only used by them for that purpose. It's not that they lose their fear of cats in order to help them achieve their purpose. The same thing goes with the Sonozaki family. They think they're doing things by their own will, but they're just helping them without realizing it. It's exactly how they've lived long ago, being the parasite. Nothing but a bunch of mice to them. Most mice are stupid, they won't even notice their existence. But they help them achieve their purpose, thinking they're living their lives by their own will. Very rarely, though, a mouse with wits is born. This mouse notices he's being used and notices their existence, but nobody believes him, so it's not a big deal. He starts thinking it was his mistake. He gets swallowed by them, and eventually he disappears. But even more rarely, a mouse appears from nowhere, notices their existence, and objectively proves it. That mouse was Mio-san. To them, this mouse was a rare and dangerous existence, and that's why they resorted to unbelievably bold and violent methods to try and eliminate that mouse when it appeared. But surprisingly, we knew about those measures. The stupid mice, though, they don't believe it. They don't notice they're forcing them not to believe it, and they're helping them in the end. The ambiguous pronoun of the conspiracy theorist. They, them. It's always some barely identifiable group that's easily swapped for another. They killed Mio-san. And they tried to replace her. But they made a mistake. We found the real corpse of Mio. That's why they failed to replace her. They'll try to kill me and replace me too, or they'll replace my friends in order to get close to me. They'll look just like the real people, but they're totally different inside, an abnormal existence beyond our imagination. I know they'll appear. No, they're already here. It appeared the day after Mio died, and it appeared in Gogura tonight. They'll all keep coming. They're openly after me now. They'll eventually keep coming. They'll keep coming. Is this where Keiichi shows up? Yeah, this is where Keiichi shows up, right? And right then, I heard somebody coming down the slope. I concealed my presence again and looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. I could see but one flashlight. It looked like there was only one person now. This is Keiichi for sure. Who is it? Is the text orange instead of red right now? I'm seeing orange instead of red. This late at night. Its shadow is small. I can tell it isn't an adult. I felt a chill running through my body. It shined the flashlight toward my hideout, and its footsteps were coming straight towards me. It's different from the other guys earlier. I can tell by the sound of the steps. It knows I'm hiding here for sure. It must just be coincidence. I should conceal myself again. I can make it through this again. I made it through last time. I need to hide. I need to hide. I need to hide. I pulled the blanket over myself, made myself as small as possible, and kept telling myself I was a stone. But the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. And it knocked on the door of my hideout. I opened my eyes wide, breaking out in a nervous sweat, not wanting to believe the sound I heard was a knock. My mind went completely blank. But it knocked on the door again. I could feel a light shining on the blanket. It might be shining a flashlight on me. But I still held back my fear. As long as I don't move, it can't put a finger on me. I kept telling myself that as if I was casting a spell. I tried not to shake in fear. It laughed. It laughed at me because I thought I was hiding still perfectly. But still, I tried. Because if I got out of the blanket, what are you scared of? Ooh, I threw off the blanket and saw the owner of the voice. It's Keiichi, right? Oh, it's Rika. What? Wait, Rika? It's Rika? Why is it Rika? Why is it Rika? Okay, Rika, let's go. Now, why is she here? Why did she come to see me? I mean, that's what I want to know. I don't understand why she came all the way here, alone, this late at night. I realized all of a sudden, she looks just like Rika on the outside. But she's not her. It is just copying her appearance. It came to Mio, to me, and to Rika. I decided to talk aggressively on purpose to work up courage before my fear crushed me down. Is that you, Rika-chan? What else do I look like? It answers just like the Rika-chan I know. But I know it's not Rika-chan. Rika wouldn't come to a place like this so late at night. I know who you are. I know you're not Rika-chan. I'm afraid you can't deceive me like you can the others. Even though you look just like her. I know you're not Rika-chan. You're not my friend Rika Furude. Who are you? Rika looked stunned for a while. She looked as if she didn't understand what I was talking about. But she pretended like that for too long. If she really didn't know what I was talking about, she wouldn't be able to stand the silence for this long, but she kept quiet. And she finally showed her true character. It laughed. It laughed at me because I figured out something that was almost impossible to figure out, that it was not Rika. Who are you? Who are you? It didn't answer my question. It kept laughing for a while, and then it looked straight into my eyes in a way Rika never did before and said this. I've lived for quite a long time. You're the first who penetrated my disguise. I always thought you had good intuition, but you're pretty good. She clearly spoke to me the things I was most afraid of. I was completely shocked. It's like she told me everything that could possibly scare me. I didn't want to hear any of this. It's something I can't possibly twist in a way I can comprehend. Let's just say I'm Rika for now. It's been a while since I started to call myself that. Oh, really? It's been a while? Like how long? Not that long. It's only been about 100 years. What? What are you talking about? I'm contradicting myself. I know the person who's standing in front of me isn't Rika, but at the same time, I deny its existence. As long as humans hold this kind of emotion, they can never accept unknown existences. In other words, we can never accept them. You don't have to be scared. You're in the car. I'm outside of it. It's not easy for either of us to do something to the other. I think this is a perfect distance between us. No matter how long I've lived, Rika Furude is still just a little kid. You're stronger than me. I should be more careful than you because you could jump on me at any time. I realized this creepy thing that looked like Rika was only here to talk to me, and I felt my tension fade away just a little bit. But still, I don't know what she wants to talk to me about at a place like this, so late at night. I'm like a fish on a cutting board. There's nothing I can do other than wait and see what's going to happen. I waited for it to make a move for a while, and then it opened its mouth again. You're afraid of something, am I right? It uses sarcasm. Rika-chan's cute face looked uglier than ever when it smiled. I held back my fear and tried to firmly reply. Yes. Thanks to you. So, what are you afraid of? You should know that better than anyone else. It told me earlier that we were safe from each other because one was in the car and the other was standing outside, but it's obvious I'm the one being driven into a corner. While I'm talking to it, I could be surrounded by its minions. I got scared and tried to listen to the sounds of my environment closely. Don't be scared. I came here to help you. You came here to help me? Oh, really? How are you going to do that? You're just sick at the moment. You need medicine, that's all. Would you be interested if I told you I brought it along? Medicine? It put its hand in its pocket and took out a small case. It opened the case and showed me what was inside. Is this a needle with a clear liquid in it? What was in there made me gasp in surprise. A syringe? Clear liquid in a syringe. It's not normal for a person to carry around a syringe. I have no idea what's going on, but what Rika is holding in her hand is a syringe. There's no way I can twist that fact around. That's right. The contents of the syringe will help you get better. It'll help me get better? What? I know what it is. It's the drug that killed Tomatake. It's a parasite at its full strength that'll give me the maggot disease. This is a different drug. For the one that was used on Tomatake. I promise. It giggled. I'm gonna like press X to doubt on that. Different than the one that killed Tomatake. The one Rika carries when she encounters Mion, or slash Shion, is definitely the suicide drug. In fact, we haven't seen any drugs that aren't the suicide drug come in syringes, so yeah, I don't trust this one bit. It isn't the giggling that scares me. I'm scared it just admitted the cause of Tomatake's death so easily. And it also admitted that the direct cause of this maggot disease that Tomatake-san died from. I know you're gonna kill me the same way he died. The Rena and Goguru is gonna replace me. Problem solved, right? I'm not gonna let you give me the shot. Well, I knew you'd say that. This syringe looks very suspicious, of course. You're smarter than I thought, so what now? Are you gonna gang up on me and give me the shot like you did to Tomatake? Tomatake's autopsy report said he had bruises on his body that proved he was fighting against several people the night before he died. That means they must have ganged up on him to give him the shot against his own will. I'd like to give you the injection by force, but it never really works. I gave up on doing that. I decided to let you choose to take it yourself. Are you kidding me? I don't want to take that creepy shot. I thought about it many times. I thought about how I could make you take the injection. I can't force you to take it, and I can't make you agree to take it either. Leaves me only one choice. I'll let you choose to take it. You know my answer already. You know my answer already. I'm not going to walk into such an obvious trap. Well, that's what I thought you'd say. I didn't expect you to choose to take it anyway. It heaved a sigh and made a gesture as if it's mocking me, and it smiled bitterly. It looked as if it was saying that I'm a lower animal that can't understand it's being given a chance for salvation. I kind of want to say I'll take the shot on a dare, but I know that's exactly what it is intending to do. Go back to your home. Tell your friends you failed to give me this shot. I'm not going to let you beat me. I'm going to fight till the end. And I'll seize the 1% chance of winning. I'll destroy all of you. I see. Well, you should try to do that. This world's going to end soon anyway. End soon? It has nothing to do with you. As a frog sitting in a well doesn't need to have any interest in the world outside, does it? At this stage of the game, it said something very dubious. I tried hard to understand what this horrifying creature was trying to say. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. Do whatever you want. What? It's almost too easy. As far as I know, do whatever you want means ignorance or release when your enemy says it to you. At the very least, it isn't a bad thing. Or does it have another meaning? In that way, I overinterpreted the meaning of the sentence, but then it said it again. Do whatever you want. I'm not interested in this Rena Ryugu anymore. I'm going to try and get along with the next Rena Ryugu. I have to pray that the next Rena Ryugu doesn't have such good intuition. I was scared of it, like I'd be scared of a judge handing down a death sentence. I used to try really hard to fix things every time a little problem occurred. I got tired of it. I'm not interested in this Hinamizawa anymore. I'm gonna find the next Hinamizawa, but you only have this one. I hope you live as best you can. It was telling me scary things one after another. It was obviously a warning of Hinamizawa's destruction, meaning the climax is coming soon. They've already prepared another Rena. When I lose to this fate, they're gonna replace me with that Rena as if nothing happened. They're very well organized. What humans are most afraid of is their lives to lose all value. Your life becomes worthless when you're told you have a replacement. It's like an indirect death sentence. It closed the syringe case and put it back into its pocket. It turned around and started climbing up the slope, and at the top it looked back, speaking without so much as an evil smile. Well, goodbye, this Rena Ryugu. I hope I can get along with the next Rena Ryugu. I shouldn't worry, because I usually get along with them. I'm not going to let you replace me with the next Rena. I'm the only Rena Ryugu. I'm not going to let you do it. Never. That's some confidence. Good luck. I wondered if my scream was reaching it. It looked at me coldly, and it looked at me like I was just an image of the past on a TV screen. It's fun to have a conversation like this once in a while. Alright. The laughter gradually dissipated into darkness. And you wonder why, like, Rena's fucking losing her marbles, right? Can you imagine if, Rika just walked up to her and said all that shit? You'd be just as paranoid at some point, right? If people spoke like that to you all the time. It disappeared into the darkness as well. I was the only one left there. I'm forsaken and they don't care if I disappear. They told me I should struggle as much as I want because it doesn't matter anyway. They already have a replacement. They don't need me and their Hinamizawa anymore because my intuition is too sharp. And when I realized that, I noticed this garbage dump is a perfect grave for me. Then I realized this place wouldn't work as a hideout anymore. I better start packing and move somewhere else. It told me to struggle as much as I want. I'm gonna do just that, damn it. I gotta get ready to move out from here. I'm gonna put everything back into my backpack. I'm gonna leave as soon as possible. The light of the flashlight wasn't enough to see by, so I turned the table lamp on. The light made things show very clearly. And when I reached my backpack, I realized something. I gasped in surprise. The palm of my hand was covered with an eerie liquid. I thought I'd wiped off my sticky sweat earlier. But it wasn't my sweat. But where did this blood come from? I realized it right away. I was scratching the mosquito bites on my neck earlier, and I scratched them until it bled. When I noticed that, I remembered the sensation, the mixture of pain and itchiness. I felt something moving near the wound on my neck, so I scratched it again, trying to get rid of whatever it was. My hand got sticky and wet with blood again. I can't see what the things are because I don't have a mirror, but I know. They're already spreading through my entire body, causing the itchiness on my arms and back of my knees. If I'd never experienced this before, I'd think I got bitten by a bad bug or something. But unfortunately, I already know what's causing this itchiness. Why? Why? I said it with hatred. Why now? Why here? It's the maggot disease, without a doubt. If I cut the veins on my arms, the dusky red gross things would flow out. But it's impossible. I didn't get any suspicious shots. But it doesn't have to be a shot. They might have put the drug in my food. I might have eaten it without noticing. I don't think they put it in the food in my house, but I used to share lunch with my friends at school. They might have put it in the lunches. The Rika who visited me was just shining the flashlight on me. She was earlier shining the flashlight on me. She knew I was scratching my neck so hard it bled. Nevertheless, she acted like there was nothing wrong, and she told me I wouldn't last long. Now I know why she was laughing at me in a sarcastic way. She knew I wouldn't have much time left. It itches very badly, but I can't scratch. The more I scratch, the itchier it gets, and I'm not going to do the same thing Tomitake did. Damn it, damn it. The itchiness might not be temporary. It might actually get worse. I don't know if it's going to stop soon or if it's going to last until I die from it. I don't know anything anymore. I just have to endure the itchiness. So what now, Rena? What's the plan? I wiped the blood on my neck with a towel, clenched my teeth, and tried to erase the desire to scratch my neck. The wound was throbbing. I wanted to scratch it so badly, but I couldn't do it. I fought the desire, biting the end of the towel. I scratched other parts of my body really hard to forget about the itchiness on my neck, but it didn't really work. I just prayed for the itchiness to go away, closed my eyes, and fought back the desire. It seemed to be the best way. I let my mind go blank, breathing hard for a while, and it felt like the itchiness got a little better. I took a deep breath and immediately started panicking. Staying here is more dangerous than the itchiness. I have to leave here as soon as possible. I felt it while packing my stuff. I felt the end coming closer, the end Rika told me about earlier. I assumed I could live until the end, but I might have been wrong. I might follow the same path Tomitake took, way before the end comes. I was sweating like crazy, and it felt so nasty. I know it's not sweat, but I'm gonna think it's sweat for now. I wiped my neck with a towel and hurried to leave. Oof. Okay, that's not good. So, she somehow contracted. She somehow got an injection, or something somehow, causing her to causing her to get the same thing Keiichi and Tomitake got. The desire to scratch your neck until you tear out your own throat. This area has no streetlights, so I was scared to run fast when I could barely see. The moon lit up the sky, but not my steps. The only light I had to see by was my flashlight, and it was very weak. All I could see was the flat gravel road before me. Anything the flashlight couldn't reach was in total darkness. Oh, is this Keiichi? This is Keiichi, right? The expression often used in novels, pitch black, wouldn't be inappropriate. I might trip over an empty can or a rock any time. Not wanting to fall, I used the flashlight to its maximum extent. Watched my step, but I was still nervous. I started running slower and slower until I was just walking briskly. Did I just stop running because I'm afraid of tripping in the dark? I usually run without watching my step during the day. I run around with Rena and Mion all the time. See? It is Keiichi. Yeah, but here's the thing. You can see the ground in your peripheral vision. You can't see the ground in your peripheral vision at night like this. Even if I can see what's underfoot, I don't pay attention. I don't think I might trip. I just keep running around without a care. Your brain's like mapping where your feet should be placed in real time while you're running. Rena might be feeling the same way I am right now. For Rena, the light which she illuminates the darkness of suspicion with is far too weak. And the darkness of the delusion she deeply believes is getting darker and darker. That's why she's scared to even walk on the same roads she always used to take. She fell for the contents of those ridiculous scrapbooks. People might laugh at her for that. But those scrapbooks aren't normal. They manipulate the reader's hearts with evil intent and take advantage of their vulnerabilities. The evil intent captured my heart for but one night, and that's how I know how evil they are. They're just urban legends like the prophecies of Nostradamus or the Purple Mirror. They're a bunch of feasible lies, and when you hear about them at first, you think they're too stupid to believe. Yeah, but Rika unless Rena... So far, Rena's delusions have been mostly real, right? Like, the things she's seen are actually happening. It's just she's taking, like, the wrong conclusion from them. I don't know how you mistake Rika's dialogue there. It seems pretty sketchy, right? Like, it makes Rika super suspicious. Especially since, once again, she has the vials on her. The suicide-inducing vials. Why would she have them? Once you fall for them, it's too hard to get them out of your mind for some reason. I mean, I think Rena has a lot of evidence that points to them being real. A lot of conversations that she can't really communicate to Keiichi, but that totally happened and are like super suspicious of something that's not normal happening here. It'll be the year 1999 in less than 20 years. That is the most arbitrary thought ever, Keiichi. Okay. Everyone knows about the prophecy that the world will come to that end in July of 1999. There's even TV shows about it, too. They irresponsibly fan people's fears, so some people take it seriously. Wasn't that 2012? Oh, no, sorry. 1999 was like some Christian apocalypse. My bad. 1999 was Christian apocalypse. 2000 was the Millennium Bug causing the end of civilization. And 2012 was the Mayan calendar. Alright, the people who think the prophecy means outbreak of nuclear war. So some are making shelters in their backyards. Some are thinking about freezing themselves by 1999 so they won't be exposed to radiation and only waking up after it's gone. Unfortunately for them, cryostasis hasn't been invented and it's 2022 right now. And they're completely serious about it. When you think about it rationally, though, it's impossible there'll be an outbreak of nuclear war in 1999. It's true the Cold War makes us think the final war will break out anytime, but both powers are actually pointing their missiles at each other. They know there's nothing to gain for either of them to start a nuclear war. The Soviets might still do it. They destroy the world if it meant eradicating liberalism. The delusion the Soviets might do it could be neatly swapped for the way Takano-san uses the Sonozaki family in her books. When people create large-scale delusions like the prophecies above, they always use an incomprehensibly unknown enemy, such as the Soviets, Nazi Germany, or aliens. Possibly all three at the same time. They say something like, "You never know, they might just do it," to try and increase the credibility of their delusions without any evidence whatsoever. What did Takano know about the Sonozakis? Nothing. All she did was use the history of Onigafuchi and say the Sonozaki family is working behind the scenes, plotting a horrifying conspiracy. And what did the Sonozakis do? Well, they admitted to doing everything. They admitted to doing everything. And threatened to do worse. And the history is true, and the continuation of the history is true. It's just like one of those large-scale prophecies. And what does Keiichi know in this playthrough? In this arc, he doesn't even know that the Sonozakis are in fact Yakuza, right? He thinks she's just an honest girl who's like joking around. I don't want to say it was aliens, but aliens. Experts on the History Channel. Yeah, that's right. The History Channel. The History Channel guy, always with aliens. And these days, well, it's now just reality TV. With some old documentaries here and there. Rest in peace, the History Channel. You used to be about history. And aliens. That guy really liked aliens, my friends. Rena usually doesn't believe in stupid stories like that, but it was just bad timing, I suppose. It was right after she killed Rena and Tepe. She was caught by us. She was in a state of panic when she heard the story. We were waiting for her to recover from the shock, but before she did and regained her strength of heart, a poison got into her, spreading throughout her whole body. When you're sick and have a weakened immune system, it's easy to get another disease. It's just like that. And that's it. Rena is just sick right now. When you're very sick in bed with a high fever, you sometimes feel like you might die from it, but most of the time you're just overreacting. So I guess Rena's going to die. Let's see. Does anyone else die? We haven't seen anyone survive the throat scratching problem, but Rena claims to have had it before and been cured, or at least resisted it, by courtesy of Oyashiro-sama and probably some heavy medication. Therapy and heavy medication can do a lot. You get better soon after you take a medicine, eat healthy food, and sleep a lot. That's how she is right now. She caught a mental cold, that's all. She needs to get better soon or she might get caught by the police. I passed several patrol cars on the way here. I hid every time I saw one since I didn't want to be questioned. I was probably passed by them twice. When I came close to Rena's house, I saw a car parked near the gate. Obviously watching her house, trying to capture her when she'd arrive home. Mion ordered the Sonozakis to find Rena to protect her from the police, but honestly, I'm not sure if they can. After all, Rena believes the Sonozakis are after her. If they don't find her, the police will, eventually. If that happens, all of us who helped bury the corpses will be caught by the police in the end. Nice. I don't know how or why the police came to suspect her. I think they only have some circumstantial evidence. I don't think they know she did it for sure. But since they're looking everywhere for her now, they must have some kind of reliable evidence. Rena, come on. You don't have to play around with Takano's scrapbooks. You don't have time for this. The police are after you. It was so dark I couldn't be sure she was down there, but I made up my mind and headed down the slope, carefully shining my flashlight to light my way. I wanted to loudly call out Rena's name, but there might be some policemen nearby looking for her. I walked around a trash pile and then I saw a light. It was Rena. I ran towards her hideout, kicking aside the trash in my way. Rena was standing in front of the hideout, holding a hatchet. Wait, her throat isn't covered in blood. There's no blood on this spray. She looks deadly serious, though. I couldn't blame her. She must have noticed all the noise I made coming down the slope. Rena, it's me. Keiichi-kun? I sure have a lot of visitors tonight. Who else is here? I shot my flashlight around, but I didn't see anyone else. I'm leaving. It's not safe here anymore. I don't want you to know where I'm going. Please don't follow me. Rena? What happened to your neck? You're bleeding. I'm okay. I might come back again, though. Rena's neck was all red. It looked like she had some kind of skin disease on her neck. She probably couldn't bear the itchiness and scratched at it really hard. You need to do more than just wipe it with a towel. Come to my house. You need to clean it up. Don't worry about it. It isn't an injury. And it's too late anyway. But too late? What do you mean? It's to put the drug in my food without me realizing. It's the drug that killed Tomitake. They used a syringe to inject it with it, but they changed their methods. I think they put it in someone's lunch. Don't you remember? Michan gave out a piece of her omelet to everyone the other day at lunch. She must have put it in the omelet. She's smart. She used a slow-acting drug this time. Damn it. Rena kicked the dirt with hatred. She was almost literally kicking Mion's goodwill to the curb. Rena, are you seriously saying Mion would do that? Rena looked stunned as she stared right at me. I noticed a slight accusation in her eyes. I can tell by looking into her eyes she wants to say, "What are you talking about? I already told you they're the masterminds behind the conspiracy." First of all, Mion didn't give out her omelet to everyone that day. Mion cut her omelet into 5 pieces and told us to take one if we wanted. Rena took the end piece of the omelet before anyone else took one. She said it looked cute and ate it right there. That's not what happened. Michan tried to make me eat the omelet because she put a drug in it. Rena, stop interpreting everything so conveniently. Mion just put the 5 pieces of omelet on the lid of her lunchbox. She didn't. She gave out each piece to every one of us. Rena, think about it. Have we ever done something like that before? We usually take whatever we like from someone else's lunch. Nobody's ever said something like, "This is your piece, take it." Or "This is her piece, so don't take it," you know? She looked at me with that accusation in her eyes. To Rena, everything that comes out of my mouth must sound like a lie. To her, it's a fact. She was poisoned. She knows for sure the drug was in her omelet. That's why she's contradicting me, because I'm saying something different. But I didn't come here to make her mad. I realized disagreeing would only escalate her anger, so I decided not to. Anyway, you said this place isn't safe. Where are you going then? Well, find somewhere. It's not that easy to find somewhere to sleep. Why don't you come to my house? appreciate your offer, but I can't do that. The Sonozaki family is looking for me everywhere in the village. I don't think you'd betray me, but I don't think you can hide me from them either. It's not the Sonozakis who are looking for you, it's the police. Why? Wish is on my side. I told him to leave me alone. I don't think he's looking for me. I think they know you killed Rena and Tepe. Oh, I see. I was relieved we were finally on the same page, but I realized I was wrong right away when she laughed in self-derision. You know how the police found out I killed them? No, I have no idea. Nobody saw her killing them. Nobody saw us bury the corpses. We buried them deep in the mountains, and we camouflaged the spot perfectly. And then Mion moved them to a secret place afterwards. It's impossible the corpses could be found. I went there this evening. I went there to check the spot where we buried them. And guess what I found? That didn't sound good. Of course. Rena has no idea Mion took care of the corpses. She'd think the corpses were still buried there. They weren't there. The corpses, someone dug them up and carried them somewhere else. Rena, that's because it's impossible. Someone had to dig them up. I chose the place. Oh, the only people who know about the place are me and my friends who were there. Right, well, the thing is, I know who did it. It's Mi-chan. He didn't want me working with the police. You need to have some insurance. I didn't think they'd use the police to find me. Mion did move them. I guess they don't care how it looks anymore as long as I'm captured. You really think Mion would do such a thing? She did. Mi-chan sold me out. No, she didn't. Mion's your friend. We're all on your side no matter what happens. Even if the whole world turns against you, we'd still be on your side. Even if the whole ocean evaporated, Mion would never sell you out. I don't understand why you're defending her. It's the opposite. I don't understand why you're doubting her. Simple. Mio revealed the existence of the conspiracy to me. And the fanatics are... Shut up, shut up! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you like that. Anyway, please, listen to me. The corpses are gone because Mion dug them out. See, I told you! Listen until I finish. Listen until I finish. Okay, Mion dug them out because she found out the place isn't going to be safe for much longer. There's a logging project scheduled to begin on that mountain this summer. That's why. She dug them out to save you from being caught. Rena laughed at me like I was stupid or something. I could tell she didn't understand anything I was saying. Don't you get it? Mi-chan made that up. She just wants you to look good when you're around. She's a dirty bitch. What was she supposed to do? Are you saying she should have left them there knowing the Forestry Service would find them this summer? She couldn't do that because she's your friend. Why can't you understand? Mion made everything up, including the project. You're the one who doesn't understand. After I yelled at her, she gave me an icy look. She stared into my eyes, as if trying to figure out what I came here for. I came here to wake you up. You're possessed by an impossible delusion because of Takano-san's scrapbooks. At first I thought it was interesting, but this is getting out of hand. You know why? They're making you sick. Oh, the girl who looked just like Rika told me the same thing. You're actually right about that. I do have the mega disease, so... No, you don't understand. Listen very carefully. You need to lie down and rest, okay? It'd be a lot safer to stay at Mion's house. She can protect you from the police, but if you don't trust her, you can stay at my place. Either way, it's not good for you to stay somewhere uncomfortable like this. Let's go to my house for now. We'll have some cold tea. It'll cool your fever down, and you'll realize how crazy this was. What are you talking about, Keiichi? Are you saying I'm crazy? I'm not crazy, you are. You don't know it. You're just being controlled by the parasite. Keiichi, you think you have nothing to do with it, but you're the one of the victims. You just don't realize it. I'm not blaming you for that. I can save you. I can save everyone. Please trust me for now. You think we're all crazy? You think everybody in this village is crazy and you're not? Is that what you're saying? It might even be spreading outside Hinamizawa. It might already be spreading as far as Shishibone City or to the entire prefecture. I really am the only one who isn't crazy. I know that thanks to Mio's scrapbooks. I thought you understood that too. Wait, Rena, you're saying everyone in the world's crazy except you. That's the same thing as saying you're the only one who's crazy. The world hasn't changed. No one's crazy. No one's your enemy. You ask me, it's crazy to believe you're the only one in this world who isn't crazy and everyone else is your enemy. Your only enemy is yourself. I feel sorry for you, Kei-chan. But it's okay. It's not that easy to accept the facts Mio discovered. Even if she wasn't sure about them, I understand if you can't accept the truth. That's why I'm going to fight to save everybody. I'll beat them down and make them stop controlling you. Rena, that's stupid. That's just idiotic. Who are you going to punch for this? You feel sorry for me? You're stupid. Why don't you understand? Why do you still believe a crazy, stupid story like this? You're just interpreting everything to suit your convenience. I mean, some of this does not need interpretation. Rika literally said she was over a century old. That she'd been at this for over 100 years. And she was complaining about how the body of Rika is still young. Or maybe she's completely deluded and we're actually seeing some hallucinations for her, like Rika was never here. Or Rika said completely different things and she went on a rant, I don't know. The vision of the needle in the syringe could be straight out of Rena's delusions instead of being real. They have replacements for Mio, Rika, and me. They're going to replace me after I'm killed. Wait, what? Replacements? Are you seriously saying that? You know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. I haven't told you about this yet. The true identity of the parasite is... aliens! Oh no, oh no. Not aliens, no! Aliens? Yes. Oishiro is also an alien. The description of his descending from the sky matches with alien theories from all over the world. Oh god, we went full alien conspiracy. Whenever a great civilization flourished, it was always the aliens who accomplished it. They have advanced knowledge. They came to Earth to help immature humans evolve. Wait a minute. You gotta be kidding, right? Rena, the parasite theory was interesting, but aliens... Come on, bruh. But Rena believes this theory so seriously, and she feels sorry for me because I can't accept it. I mean, that's flat earthers for you, my friends. I've been controlling the community by living as parasites in human bodies. But sometimes someone with sharp intuition comes along and tries to reveal the truth. But they get rid of them in order to maintain their control of the community. They sometimes kidnaps those people with sharp intuition and put a piece of metal in their bodies to gain control over them. When that doesn't work, they replace them with copies. They made a copy of Mio. They made a copy of me too. Rika's copy just came out a few minutes ago. I talked to it. It admitted it came from space. It told me the end of the world's coming soon, and it laughed at me, saying I should struggle as much as I want. I'm gonna fight. I'm not gonna let them domesticate our species. I'll never. Wow, that's an interesting take. You're so stupid. I stepped towards Rena and slapped her in the face. I was hoping it would return her to sanity. Wake up! Rena, did you forget? It happened here. Just a few days ago. We all took each other's hands here, didn't we? We promised we'd be a family made of friends forever. Rena played with her wrist. She didn't interrupt, so I continued. If you're seriously saying aliens are controlling the Earth, I'll believe you. Even if everyone in this world didn't, I would. But wait, that's because I'm your friend. I'm on your side no matter what, but I want you to listen, too. I want you to listen because I'm your friend. Takano made up all the stories in this scrapbooks. It's true, Takano is an occult maniac. She enjoyed interpreting the old history of Hinamizawa any way she wanted. She made ridiculous stories out of it, and she read them to people for fun. The parasite story isn't the only one she's made up. There's stories about UFOs, some kind of creature from the underworld, and countless other things. The one you read in the scrapbooks is just a new story she made up recently. Don't you remember she liked to make fun of people? She was making fun of you because you took her story so seriously. It was just a story she made up. Why was she killed? Her autopsy report said she'd been dead 24 hours when she was found, but she was here at the festival. How are you going to explain the cause of Tomitake's death? What about the Sonozaki family? What about the legend of Hinamizawa? What about Oyashiro-sama and Rika? Are you saying everything's made up? Are you saying the whole world's lying to us? Stop making connections between everything. It's a typical symptom of paranoia. Don't think so hard. You're just tired. That's why you need to rest. All I'm going to do is offer you a place to relax, a bed and food. If you can't trust my food, you don't have to eat it. Eat whatever you have. Anyway, please trust me for now. My story makes more sense than yours. I have the evidence to prove it, but all you're saying is I should trust you. Isn't it obvious who's right? Yes, it is obvious. Me. I'm right. How can you be so sure? It's easy. I'm your friend. Friends don't betray each other. Friends always help each other out. Keiichi, I don't know how to say this, but I'm pretty sure in literally the first route, two of your friends, try to murder you. And so did several villagers. You have to believe I'm right, even when the world says I'm wrong. Because I'm your friend. I heard a thud. Rena dropped the hatchet. She staggered, holding her head in her hands. Oh hey, how's it going? She was muttering something, and it looked like she was asking herself questions. He wants me to trust him, but he has no evidence to prove he's right. He's being absurd. Or maybe he's right and I'm wrong. Am I really misunderstanding everything? It would be wonderful if that was true. I wished I was wrong so many times. I wish Mio's scrapbooks are nothing but a bunch of stories. The parasite wouldn't exist. Some coincidences happened to connect together, and I interpreted them the wrong way. I really wish that was the case. Don't give up, Rena. Be cool, Rena. This guy is poison in his words. He's trying to take advantage of my weakness. Everything's too obvious not to believe. It's obvious the aliens have been trying to invade the Earth, using this village as their base ever since it was called Onigafuchi. Right, guys. That's right. Aliens are trying to invade Earth using a backwater village in 18th century Japan to conquer the world. Have they ever considered, just landing in UFOs with guns? Keiichi's a victim who's being controlled by them. He's just a victim. But when he grabbed my wrist really hard that day, I could tell his intentions were true. I still remember the strength of his grip. He tried to save me, his friend. I got lost in this crazy delusional maze many times. I prayed someone would help me. My prayers were answered and Keiichi's reaching for my hand again. Don't forget, Rena. This guy says he's your friend, but he hasn't told you everything about himself. Don't you remember? Uishi told you about it. He told me what he found out. I couldn't trust my friends, so Uishi checked on everyone, including Keiichi-kun. That's why I know about what he did before he moved here. He looks like he's a good guy on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside. I can't trust him, and I shouldn't trust him. Wait, what did Keiichi do before he moved here? Wait, what? I don't care who he was before he moved here. I did many bad things in Ibaraki too. Wait, what did Keiichi do before he moved here? I did many unforgivable things. I hurt my friends badly. Broke the windows at school. I was suspended. I was a very, very bad girl. Did he treat me differently because of that? No. Wait, so what did Keiichi do? Oh, he didn't. Rena Ryugu is Rena Ryugu. He'll forgive me because it was Rena Ryugu who did all those bad things in Ibaraki. He won't forgive me. I should know better. Keiichi Maibara believes I'm a kind, modest girl because he doesn't know Rena. If he found out about Rena, what would he do? He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't be scared of me. Rena is Rena. Rena is a different girl. The same goes with Keiichi. I don't care who he was before he moved here. We're even. Are you okay, Rena? Don't touch me. Rena knocked my hand aside when I reached for her. You keep saying you're my friend. You want me to trust you because of that. You want me to believe you're right, even if the world says you're wrong. Are you out of your mind? That's more delusional than anything else. I don't care what you say. I'm your friend. Everything I say for your sake. Don't doubt me. I'm right. I'm right. Really? Can I ask you something? Yeah, anything. Friends don't keep secrets from another, right? Sure. I'm not hiding anything from you. You're lying. I'm not. Lies! What's so funny? Okay, you think you can keep it a secret from me, don't you? I know everything. I know what you did before you moved here. I know. I felt as if my entire body was covered in frosty needles. Oh, will this be an explanation of why his family randomly moved to Hinamizawa, a small backwater town in the middle of fucking nowhere that they'd never been before for basically no reason? Other than that, maybe his dad likes doing art, but his art seems to be all indoors, so I don't fucking get it. This might be the moment of truth, the moment we find out. My body and mind froze all of a sudden. I don't believe this. I don't believe it. How can she know about that? I asked Uishi to check on everybody. Everybody. And that's why I know what you did before you came here. But stop. You got it all wrong. You only targeted little girls. I have to tell Satoko and Rika about it. I can't believe a dangerous person like you was near us the whole time. It wasn't like that. It just turned out that way. A series of attacks on school kids. Bravo! It has as strong an impact as the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like what? Shot little kids with a BB gun when they were walking alone on deserted streets. What a horrifying incident. Wait, it's just a BB gun. I mean, that's unpleasant, but that's not all that dangerous. It instilled fear into the whole city for a while. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner when they walked between home and school. It's, BB gun? You know, like, I've heard lots of stories of people literally shooting each other with BB guns for their amusement in the past, right? Like, this isn't like a gun that kills people. I mean, it can blind you if it gets you in the eye, and it can really sting. But it's not like an actual gun that's gonna kill you, especially if you're shooting from a distance. It can blind you though, so like typically you shouldn't be shooting other people with it because it's like a pretty fast projectile. Can cause some damage, and you really shouldn't be shooting other people, obviously. Like, that'd be like throwing rocks at people, you know? You could cause some damage by throwing rocks at people. Or like using a slingshot or something to propel rocks faster, I guess. Like, I can see why you're not supposed to do that and why it's not particularly safe. But I'm saying it's not like he's mowing down. It's not like he's some crazy school shooter. He's just goofing off because remember, this is the 80s. This is the 80s. Not like he can sit down and play video games at home. People do dumb shit. You shot one of the girls in her eyes. She was badly injured. There you go. Shot someone in the eye and they were injured. Fortunately, the damage was literally shot someone in the eye with a BB gun and they weren't even permanently injured, okay? That's how little damage it is. The easiest place to seriously damage, thankfully it wasn't permanent, but I'm saying, like, this isn't, like, horrifying. You had a BB gun and you only shot little kids. Disgusting. What made you enjoy it so much? You must have really enjoyed it because you continued to do it for a long time. But then you turned yourself into the police, accompanied by your parents, in a crisis of conscience. You couldn't even take responsibility for your actions on your own. Juvenile law was kind to you, wasn't it? It prevented your name from being disclosed to the public or the victims. I bet your father spent a lot of money to protect you. He paid a lot of compensation to settle the case at a court, and he had you placed on probation. After the case cooled down, he used the power of money again to move you far from the city. Everything solved, right? You're lucky your father's so rich. Well, I guess that's what he did. No, it wasn't like that. Oh, why didn't you tell us about it? You told me that you did nothing but study at your previous school. Why lie like that? Sorry, I didn't mean to lie. I thought friends didn't keep secrets, right? That makes you not my friend! The blades of her words hit hard, and they made my eyes bleed. The blood was clear, and it tasted salty. I can't trust you because of what you did in the past. Don't you ever think you can hide from me? I remember how deeply I regretted it. I couldn't regret enough. I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. I made a stupid mistake. Why has she got to bring it up right now, though? I apologized and accepted everything, and I moved here to put it behind me. I wanted a fresh start in Hinamisawa and swore to myself to live a clean life from then on. It's all over now. It's all ogre. I'll be a criminal, no matter where I go. I was stressed out with my exam studies, frustrated, and randomly shot people. I didn't care if it was girls or kids. Why something so stupid? There was no reason. I had no reason to do that. I just wanted to get someone's attention. I didn't have the courage to tell my parents I didn't want to study. I just wanted someone to scold me. So I used a childish method of getting attention. I regret what I did, and I swear I'll never do something that stupid again. If I do it again, they can send me to the chair. If there's something I could do to be completely forgiven, I'd do it, no matter what it was. But no matter how deeply I regret it, and no matter how long I atone, I'll never be forgiven. That's why I wanted to sweep things under the carpet and have a fresh start. I have nothing to say if someone tells me that forgetting my sins an act of cowardice. Sins are sins, after all, and you can't just get rid of them. You have to carry them for the rest of your life, and I know that's the fate of a sinner. If you don't want to live like that, don't be a sinner. I understand that logic too, but how are sinners supposed to live? Anyway, you're not my friend. I'm not going to take any orders from someone who isn't my friend. I need you to leave me alone for a while. Okay? I didn't notice until she spoke. I was on my knees, hanging my head. Rena picked up the hatchet she dropped earlier. I wanted her to hit my head with it. That's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. Compared to the pain of my heart being torn to shreds, I'd rather she cut my head off. I believed it, and I still believe it. I still believe it right at this moment. I believe I'm their friend, but in fact, I'm starting to become aware of it. I want to believe I'm their friend because I don't want to accept my past. I'm trying to tell myself that, but I feel stupid crying like this. My face is all messy with tears. I was never their friend. I'm a sinner, and I hid my past from them. I hid it because I was scared, and I told her that friends don't hide anything from another. Hiding my past from them, I hid my sin from them, just like every suspicious priest. They're like, "Oh, I'm not a horrible person. I'm a lovely guy," and then they turn it to be the main villain. My past has nothing to do with how I live my life here. If I ever attacked a kid in this village just because I was frustrated, I wouldn't mind if they killed me and cut me into pieces. But I'm not gonna do anything like that again. I just want to live normally. What I did before I moved here has nothing to do with now. For instance, Rena moved here too. I wouldn't change the way I see her, even if I found out she did something bad before she moved here. I mean, we did already help her bury some bodies, so it can't be that bad, right? Right? I wouldn't know, would I? Even if Rena beat some of her friends or broke all the windows of her school, I wouldn't care because it happened in Ibaraki. She didn't do that in Hinamizawa. Rena is Rena. She's my best friend. And that's why I wouldn't see her differently, even if I found out about her past. Well, that's a lie. It's a lie. I'd keep a different distance from her if I really found out she did some bad things. I'd be scared of her, and I wouldn't try to listen to her. Why? It's just a rumor. Why would I be scared of her? She's my best friend, right? Right? If I was in her situation, would I reject her just like she did? Like, I guess Reina's rejection of me was completely natural. What am I supposed to do? I was the only one crying. Rena wasn't crying. She looked at me like she was looking at something dirty. After giving me a nasty look, she disappeared into the darkness. She didn't forgive me. There was nothing I could do to atone for my sin but keep crying, still on my knees. Okay, so that was slightly unexpected. So I guess Keiichi, shot some shit. I don't even think it's that bad. I mean, I think it's really stupid. I think it's irresponsible, and I think he probably should have paid some form of compensation to the victim. But, it wasn't even permanent damage, right? It could be way worse. He should probably be paying some, serious compensation to the victim, but I feel like it's not permanent. It's something that can be fixed, so it's not the end of the world. Right? Things that are only temporary are definitely things you can atone for. Okay. You do something stupid to break someone's arm or something, and you pay your compensation or so. There could be way worse. And you kind of just get over it. Maybe you don't hang out with them afterwards. Or in his case, I mean, I guess you just don't fucking shoot people with random people on the street with BB guns, But man, he's taken that shit to 11. It's making it sound super serial. Maybe she doesn't know that BB guns are typically not super lethal, or that tons of people joke about having shot their friends. Or run around shooting each other, instead of using water guns, they use BBs. Yeah, exactly. It is literally on the same tier as what random people in middle school, high school do out of boredom or for shits and giggles. It's not super crazy. It's if you were two friends goofing off and shot each other, I don't even think anyone would think a second thing of it, right? You'd be like, oh fuck, get him. So you'd be goofing off. You shoot the other guy and you're like, oh fuck, sorry, and then you go to the hospital and maybe they don't even care, right? It's okay, so if this was your friend you shot, and you were playing games, goofing off, and shooting each other with BB guns, you probably wouldn't care. You shot a stranger. I mean, that's a bit worse because it was a random person, but it wasn't even a permanent injury, and that was the worst case scenario from shooting a random person. That was the absolute worst you could get. I mean, I guess theoretically you could hit someone, cause them to trip and fall into traffic and die or something like that, or they could react really harshly, and yeah, basically there could be some weird chain of events that leads to their death, and that would really, really suck. But you didn't do anything anywhere near so permanent. That would be this would be a super minor thing. I don't know what the fuck Reina's on about. Like there's plenty of somewhat violent assholes in like high school that just do random shit. There was this beautiful village surrounded by nature, and you can be like, yeah, they're trashy people, but like whatever. You can be like, yeah, they're trashy people, and just like don't hang out with them, but like it's not some like horrendous sin. They're just genuinely like terrible people, like whatever. People aren't all like sunshine and rainbows. There was this beautiful village surrounded by nature, but the village was going to be submerged. But this seems just like fairly minor for the most part. The village is going to be submerged in water because of a new dam project, and the villagers protested against it en masse. They held a sightseeing tour so people from other places could enjoy the local beauty. I joined the tour out of simple curiosity. I wanted to take a look at the nature that might sink under the water. When I got there, the place took my breath away. The air was so clean and clear, the landscape beautiful beyond words. Since then, I was hooked on the inspiring nature of the place. I fell in love with the village so much I was glad when I heard the dam project was cancelled. The village is where I'm building our new house. When I visited there, I found a beautiful field of wildflowers. I saw 2 cute girls playing in that field. Both of them were beautiful with long, straight hair. They are probably neighbors or best friends. I remember now how they looked. One of them had a beautiful face with a clear-cut profile for her age. The other with a pretty, innocent look. Yeah, there are a lot worse things to be doing. Exactly. Lots of people do something they're intensely embarrassed of or regret immediately. But his bad action isn't even, like, super bad on the... Here it is. Like, I swear to God, like, half the toys in the 80s could actually kill you. Like, this is the 80s. This is like the 80s, the 70s, even the 60s. Like, there's a lot of really dangerous children's toys in that time period. And that's just like toys being used normally that could kill people. Like, you know, having a couple... Yeah, child safety is not a priority for a lot of toy companies. So, like, having someone get injured, or having a toy that can injure other people is not, like, completely unbelievable. It'd be like, well, I'd be like, well, I'm not hanging out with this guy because he's shitting people. But if he hasn't demonstrated that, I don't really think you'd see a reason to change any of your behavior particularly. Science kits and easy bake ovens. Actually had a later generation easy bake oven. The weaker kind, not the crazy kind. I can make cookies though. Cookies. Yeah. They'll grow up to be fine, beautiful ladies in the future, I'm sure. They're running around in the field like they were dancing. I asked if the field was their playground, and they said they were playing in hopes newcomers would move to the village. I saw a sign saying "lot for sale," and that was when I began to think it might be a great place to live. There is nothing here, and things are a bit inconvenient compared to the city. But since I sincerely believe this is the best place for us to start a new life together as a family. A lot of things happened back in the city, but the past is the past, and it's best we move on. We learn from our mistakes, and I hope we can start a new, more ideal life in the village. Keiichi, I hope you'll grow up to love it here as much as I do. Do? Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm also happy we've been doing a lot better as a family since we moved here. Back in this city, we were far from close. I'm happy we're able to start from scratch. Now that I come think about it, we never had a chance to have a conversation with you like this before. Oh, Keiichi, do you know any 2 beautiful girls with long straight hair in your school? I think they're a lot younger than you. Oh, you know 2 beautiful young girls, but one has short hair? I don't think they're the ones I saw. You want to know why I asked? Oh, I just want to ask them to be models for my portraits. I was thinking about making them wear cute costumes. But basically, I just want to see them again for artistic reasons. If you happen to see them, let your dad know, okay? Promise me, okay? His dad's thirsty as fuck. And into lollies. Alright, that's curious. So now we know why they moved to Hinamizawa. That's interesting. And we have the background on why they moved to Hinamizawa and how they picked Hinamizawa, sort of. That's kind of cool. I actually appreciate the end of this chapter. It's teaching us something new, revealing some new backstory. I wasn't particularly expecting a reveal of, but hey, I guess we are moving into the latter chapters, so reveals and new information are bound to pop up here and there. I wonder if there's going to be 12 or 13 chapters. Guess we'll find out. At lunchtime the next day, everyone in class was talking about Rena's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everyone else. I wonder where she went. How much did she was demoned away? How can they say such things? I can't believe their nerve. Kate, you look down today. Me? Satoko and Rika both noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Rena told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. And the sentence bit into my heart and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Satoko, and Rika, I have something I need to talk to you about. Oh my god, he's confessing it like he's confessing it like he fucking murdered 12 people for giggles. Like, what? This is like the most this is like what? Guys, I have something to confess to you. In second grade math class, someone's eraser fell on the ground, and I picked it up, and I didn't return it. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Like, dude, it's an eraser. Dude, it's an eraser. Nobody cares. Like, it's like the most that was petty. That, like, it's so petty. Whatever. Alright, confession time. Is it about Rena? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it because they're my friends, but I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? Oh, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I wanted to tell them about it because I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling. Right. What is it about Keiichi-san? Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate it if you listened to me. It's about what happened to me before I moved here. I was kind of a guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school, and I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. It felt good. It felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. It was the only reason I kept studying, and before I knew it, not only was I top of my class, I was top of the school. So I started thinking I was the most important student there. I looked down on those who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed the feeling of a sense of superiority to them and my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everyone expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself into thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people, and the burden of studying didn't change. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teachers started pushing me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun was gone. To begin with, I didn't even like studying. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. So when I found something I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me. If it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I probably would have done that too. Keiichi's backstory is very relatable, right? When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all my summer homework because my parents praised me for it. I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. When they stopped praising me for what I did, I started to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I got used to a substantial amount of money for my age. Wow, what a lucky son of a bitch. I didn't get paid shit for my grades. I swear, does everyone on the fucking planet get paid for their grades? I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence or was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that, but soon I started wanting something I'd never done. Oh, and the box my BB gun came in was a warning label that said, "Don't shoot at people." And that's when I thought about doing just that. Why? Well, I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools, and I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore, but I didn't have the courage to do that. I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at people who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me quite the thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the people I was shooting. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I just shot at them once or twice from a distance. That's all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started shooting until they noticed they were being hit. See what I mean about BBs not being that dangerous? If they hit a thicker part of your clothes, they don't even know. I don't actually think they're that flimsy. I think they are noticeable through clothes. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot, I'm doing something good. I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good. It was unbelievably the selfish excuse I made. I thought I had a right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering deserved to be shot at and get hurt just a little bit. I was so damn selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. I could have met myself at that time. I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard I'd knock out all my teeth. They started calling it a series of attacks on school children. The principal held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case and to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing, sneakily. The PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in the game I was playing. I didn't think I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. Sounds fun. Now you have to avoid patrol routes. And one day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street all alone. She was very small. I don't know if she was on her way to a friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't really care which. I was careless of her to go out alone. The school warned her not to, so it was her fault. Just like always, I made an excuse and attacked her. Keiichi low-key ever confirmed. Some of the shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was attacked by somebody. She turned around, and it was a natural reaction. At that time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. When she turned around, I was still shooting, and usually when I shoot, they cry in pain and run away, but this girl was different. She thrashed in excruciating pain, holding an eye, and when I saw her doing that, I noticed what had happened right away. The BB hit her in the eye. Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I'd done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay. I was worried she'd lost her eye. I kept thinking about her and didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of the human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries could make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less, even if I found out she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Bad Keiichi. Yeah, he could probably use a bonk or two. Before dawn, I woke my parents up and confessed. They were shocked, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically, and my dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police and accompanied by my parents. Hitoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is that all true? Yeah, it's all true. Sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? Mion asked me, and Rika nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No. I'm just saying, I don't see any reason you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, and I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. I just, You're asking for forgiveness. I can't forgive you. I can't give it to you. You gotta ask the kid you attacked if you want that. We won't help any to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't know what you want to do from here on out. Oh, I don't want to do anything. I just thought, well, it's not right to keep secrets from friends. My friends looked annoyed at the sudden confession of my past. I took it as bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. Kei-chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but I really don't agree. I don't agree either. Mion and Rika obviously disagree with my statement. Satoko nodded, following suit. Satoko endlessly keeps secrets. Remember, she's the trap master. Traps are literally just secret devices. It wouldn't be much of a trap if it was a secret half the time, right? If it wasn't a secret, it wouldn't be half as good a trap. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have things we don't want to tell anyone else about. It's like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. Yep. If I had to tell someone everyone to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want them as my friends at all. But Keiichi, there's a difference between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. Once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite so. You turned yourself into the police. They scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin, and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? You turned yourself in, and you accepted the result. You did what you had to. It's very important you keep reminding yourself that of your sin. You won't make the same mistake again. Seems fair. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. It's true. I have very embarrassing stories I'd rather not tell anyone. Toko does have a lot of them. But it's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. Me. Yeah, I kind of want to hear her say me 3 times in a row. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to click that line again. Roll up. Me. Toko and Rika fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and looked back at me. Toko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past nobody needs to know about? No. The bit after that. She's saying everyone has something they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, we all learn by trial and error. It's called life, right? So, you do both good things. And bad things. Right? It's super cute. You do both good things and bad things to grow up. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. The same goes with everyone, with Satoko, Rika, and me too. They apply to everyone in class. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Yeah. Well, I'm not proud of it or anything, but shooting at people with the BB guns like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. There we go. That was literally like the first person who's like, I have a dark... Literally threw bricks at people. You thought BBs were bad? That's one that can easily kill... A brick from like... Throwing a brick at someone from an overpass could easily kill them. Oh, you wouldn't even have to throw it. You could probably just drop the brick. If it impacts their head wrong, dead. In the end, colleague, I was a regular there. I'm not even kidding. It's all true. I have it in the past. She doesn't have to tell you about it. Even though she's your friend. Though she's my friend. I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. But I don't tell you about them because telling you wouldn't help in any way. Feel better by telling us about your past. Well, listen, but there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past because we're friends. I don't want to dig up a past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are about, I think. I agree with you, but perhaps you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of that. Each in the city has nothing to do with who you are now. You're a precious friend to us. I don't actually want to know about your past. To be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same thing goes the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city, if you were a nasty person there, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then. In other words, Kei-chan, the sin you committed in the city is something you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. If anybody changed the way they saw you, because then I'd look down on them. No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person, at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed by yourself. Am I wrong? What's the purpose of... Why are they so positive here? I don't know why they're so positive, but alright. What's the purpose of living if you never earned redemption? Satoko used to be a big baby. You couldn't do anything by yourself. She regretted deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. I was gonna say strong, independent woman who doesn't need no man, but that seems unnecessary as she's also like 10. She's 10, she still qualifies. Why I admire Satoko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Mika. What about you, Kei-chan? Are you gonna change the way you see me? Because you know I used to be a very bad girl who was a regular at the police station. You won't, will you? I am who I am. Friendship won't change, and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? Anyway, who was it who said that Mion didn't do anything bad? There we go. She literally throws bricks at people. The being friends is all about. What? What's going on? Is Mion trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile? Her expression just became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? What? Am I crying? Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satoshi. Because you all hid it from me. Didn't mean to hide it. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happen every year, right? Because we didn't want to. You didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out? We didn't mean to. Mion didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know why it turned out like this. She didn't want to make me scared of the village because I'd just moved here. What more reason did she need? Is this the first arc? I asked you before, Mion, if there was a crime at the damn construction site. You told me there was nothing. But there was a dismemberment lynch murder. You lied. Sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought friends didn't hide things from each other, right? That makes us not friends. What are friends? What were friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were nice to me. They helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Everything was great. Kei-chan, please don't... Mion seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It was hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. We're doing flashbacks to other arcs. Hope you guys remember that scene. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do. That's right, I was a fool. Mion was Mion, my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Kei-chan looks down these days. You just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. Oh no. I didn't see it with that sprite in particular. Wait, why is it using one sprite and one background? That's just unusual. You probably got a cold as a result. Must have been a bug. They might default to like the console version. See, now it's using the proper sprite. I didn't change anything. I just clicked next. I see. Well, then he needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma's making a hoggy today. I'm gonna ask her to give me some so we can bring them to Kei-chan. Oh, Mion, wash your hands first. Rena, would you like to try making one too? That looks like fun. I'd love to try. Here we go. I have a great idea. What is it, Mi-chan? What's that little bottle? What is it? It's not fun to only have sweet ohagi, you know. Let's put hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. What's up, everyone? Reading some Higurashi, getting some spoilers and reveals about the first arc, actually. It's pretty good. That's right, that's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. Wait a minute. How does he know that from the third person point of view? He wasn't there. As I recall, that's a completely new scene. What actually happened from Keiichi's perspective, there wasn't hot sauce. There was a literal needle in there. That was the surprise. The surprise was that there was an actual There was an actual needle in there. They were trying to kill him. Roto Hoggy, they only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mord. I grew terrified of her. You don't look so good. Maybe we should go lie down. That's right. Maybe we should leave. Wait, when did they both... They didn't both show up. It was only Rena. I'm so confused. It was only Rena that showed up. They just wanted to cheer me up with a joke, but because I looked so serious... See ya. Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in the club together tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow. Okay. First of all, have I ever wished any of my classmates who were absent with a cold? I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody because it's too much of a bother. But they did that for me. I understand visiting a friend in a hospital, but I just got a cold. I mean, it wasn't just the cold. You were like literally terrified for your life, as I recall. They came to visit me with Ohagi so I could get better soon. I should have been thankful and said I'll get better soon. I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow, but so I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say. But what did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I scared of? What was I afraid of? I mean, they did literally try to kill you, like, the next day. It wasn't unreasonable. I don't know why we're getting this flashback to things that didn't happen quite the way he's describing them. Maybe this is what happened in this timeline, where he's just randomly an asshole and doesn't say thanks for food. Because in the other timeline, all of these things were quite horrible. Why didn't I say words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was so scared of the Ohagi they brought for me. What was I thinking? It was impossible. There was a needle in one of them. But there was, wasn't there? There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head. I'd read some manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much I believed it could happen to me for some reason. I thought there was a needle in the Ohagi. Oh, you were so stupid, Keiji. Why would your friends put a needle in food they only brought to make you get better? Why is he loaded with copium? They literally came with a needle and syringe. They literally broke into your house with a needle and syringe. Rena chased you with a machete? Do you not remember that shit? It was crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought it was some kind of mistake. I should have believed my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would have done. But what did I do? Pound, splatter, smash. I threw the Ohagi they spent so much effort making on the floor. On the wall, actually. Yeah, like it's depicted there. Why? Why did I do that? I got along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa. I made friends for the first time in my life. They're my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared and I doubted them. I'm so weird where this is. I'm so confused where this is going. They noticed I was acting cold or odd. That's why they called the manager Eerie. They thought a sedative might help me relax so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Uh-huh. Sedative. That's what we're going with. As I recall, Rika, after being injected with the sedative, immediately committed suicide by hacking her own throat open. And Keiichi, shortly after they attempted to give him the sedative, he tore out his own throat. Seems like something normal people do when given a sedative. Just remember, a side effect of all sedatives, tearing out your own throat anytime after you've been given one. Yeah, a sedative to help you relax so you could rest and get better. That's why they carried me to my room. Copium. Mion wanted to make it fun, so that she's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anyone. She knew Eerie would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope, so she's trying to draw graffiti on my shirt just like she did to Tomitake as punishment for the game he lost. Right, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me, because that's what Mion's like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house because she wanted to cheer me up. Rena held me down tightly, and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was gonna write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon. Mion. I heard them. I should have known she wasn't gonna do anything to hurt me. Why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe? It was a syringe, though, right? Why did I think Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. Why? Why? I'm so confused. Why did I misunderstand Mion was going to kill me? The numbness in my head receded, and slowly I felt blood start to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? Longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, the hands weren't moving, as if they stopped while I had my eyes closed. Really? The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down. Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that some kind of illusion, perhaps? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. Why is this perspective suddenly shifting, and why is it shifting to the things that occurred in another timeline? It was an extraordinary experience, the kind I'd never had before. I was there with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity, but at the same time I felt a relief, too. You like Emiya? Yeah, they must be pretty rough sedatives. Dark Emiya. Yeah, Emiya Altar's fucking cool, too. The gun blades. The gun blades are definitely the, are even envied by OG Emiya, right? They look fucking cool. The scary incident was just an illusion after all. Neither Rena nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why tears were forming. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't... You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. The hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. I mean, you saw she had a syringe. She gave you, like, needles. They made death threats to you. You got chased with a hatchet. You were screaming at them to stay away, and they weren't staying away. They broke into your house to inject you with the suicide needle. I mean, you can assume it's a sedative retroactively, but it's probably some toxin that makes you tear out your own throat, because people don't do that in real life. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much, she's my best friend. Why is this like going back to the first arc though, without too much of a reference? She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying in an unnatural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from head to chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall was Mion's. Did I die? No. You like Emiya, but nothing beats the love you hold for Kyu. I'm recording this. It's gonna be preserved for all time. What I had done. I could never forgive myself. I truly thought of you as my friends. Why did this happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only about my chances of passing the entrance exam of the schools we wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for a school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, our club activities, the festival. A warm liquid flowed from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have an obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Now we're back to them trying to kill us. Was it an act they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed they were my friends? Couldn't be, right? Rena and Mion were my friends for real. Those happy days couldn't have been just a performance. Rena and Mion must have been forced by someone to kill me. We're back to, like, the character. Or an extraordinary existence called Oyashiro possessed them and took over their consciousnesses. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Ghost Boy. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was a fool. What a fool. I wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. And why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. But I mean, they were pretty terrifying, right? I felt like everyone went crazy except me. I was a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. Why are we doing this like in this arc instead of like the second arc or the first arc? It's kind of like out of left field. Like, I'm sure I if we're gonna have like a revelation that he was actually insane, that would be nice, but he did end up tearing out his throat. The drug is kind of real. We've seen multiple people with the drug. I don't really know what they're trying to do here. It's like he is having an illusion of a past life that he shouldn't remember, in which he was clearly insane, but for like what reason? I don't know. I was the only one who went crazy. Hey, check. I did something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her, but it's a memory from a non-existent different world. Even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion, and I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I even thought until now Mion was at fault for being killed. What's wrong with Kei-chan? I don't know. Kei-chan, please come down. I'm not dead. All right. Green, thanks for gifting a sub to Angora Rabbit. Now he can make use of all those wonderful emotes and get channel points just that little bit faster. I didn't know, Kei-chan. Calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I'd never let that happen. Okay. Wait, there's no one in our club who you could beat to death, Kei-chan. No. Mion and Satoko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying, but I couldn't help myself. I learned just now I could earn redemption by confessing my sin, but I could never earn redemption for this, not from Mion. No matter how much I cry in this world, no one could give me forgiveness, and so I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie came in and noticed me crying. Oh no, Chie's here. You wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like that very often. She asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused, and they didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika approached me in the middle of my sobs. You remember, don't you, Keiichi? You remember how you killed Rena and me? Yes, I killed them. I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin. I pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There was blood everywhere, and in the end I died alone, without regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin, and I died alone. I thought it'd be fun. Keiichi, did you notice your sin just now? I did. It took me so long, I just noticed it. I remember what I did. Not here, but in a different world. It looks just like this one. I killed my friends. I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me. I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. Dude, that's gotta be super traumatizing. Like, you unironically remember an alternative timeline where you killed all your friends and you're like, oh my god, this actually happened? And then Rika, who's like aware of like every timeline for whatever reason, is just like, oh yeah, you remember that? About time you did. And you're like, fuck what? Fuck what? Now you know why Reina's fucking losing it, right? Rapey purple eyes, but she's cute, right? I didn't care if people were staring, I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears to squeeze it out of me, but the tears that were coming from my eyes weren't my sin. They were tears of regret for doing something irreversible. And at that time, I felt something touching my head. The head pats of redemption. I opened my eyes and saw Rika patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve it from Rika. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. But what? Keiichi, you notice your sin. It's a very difficult thing to do, and not something everyone can. Not everyone can understand how great you are, and hence they can't forgive you. But I can. I know how great you are. Rika? You like creepy eyes, but not this creepy? The eyes with 1,000-year stare because she's aware of every timeline that's happened, including all 6 of the ones that we've read through so far. It's a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. It's impossible to do, but you did it. That's the most unbelievable and precious miracle that could exist in this world. I didn't understand anything Rika was saying, but I felt like she's the only one who understood the impossible memory I had. So, should be able to understand what Rena's going through right now. Yeah, I understand. She's going through the same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything, but she can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that. She thinks the world's going crazy. Instead, I don't know how to save her. I have no idea. I failed. I didn't understand until I died. I didn't even understand after I died. How can I make Rena realize what I didn't? Even after that, I can't save her. I know, because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. It's true, there was nothing. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail. But that didn't mean Rena would too. There was no excuse not to save her, because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was totally going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room in that world, I beat her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. I beat her so many times, her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered, Rena didn't block her head, even at the very last moment. She opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug, but I still doubted her and raised the metal bat up high. Rena told me then that it was okay. Please trust me. My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her, but I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed, but she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. She continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please, trust me. She risked her life to save me. Until her very last moment, she told me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so very long, I truly believed I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika. But I still have to atone for my sin. I'm gonna do that in the same way Rena did for me. I'm gonna save her. Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until the last moment. She trusted me. She believed that her words could reach my heart, and she kept saying them until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me, and I could die for her too. I was a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings, and that's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rena, she might be different. The world's messed up, but it doesn't mean I can quit. Quitting's the same thing as not believing, and I believe in Rena, in our friendship, and that's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We'll struggle together to seize our future. Rika nodded with a serious look on her face, putting her hand in the pocket of her skirt. Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not gonna lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kind of gave up on Rena last night. But I was wrong. I realized the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing. It can work miracles that even alter the path of fate. So I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. The power of Nipa. I'll keep fighting until I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking about. It's normal you don't remember. Keiichi's a special exception. I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on. Rika touched Satoko's forehead to hers. Please remember one day, when you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember he risked his life to save you. Keiichi fought for me? It's hard to believe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika looked at me smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure I'd risk my life for that. Satoko's my friend. If anyone tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. There might even be a world like that. I nodded to Rika, and she nodded back to me, looking happy. My bar, is everything okay? She realized I'd finally calmed down, and she asked me that. Yeah, everything's fine now. Sorry I worried you. Anyway, Mion. What? What is it? I walked toward her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What is it, Keiichi? You look serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you sorry for, Keiichi? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything. You should just listen. I'm sorry. And the ohagi you made? They were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Well, I wanted to tell you that I'd go to school next day, and the next day after that too. I wanted to tell you I'd see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. Sorry I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never again. So Mion, please forgive me what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about, but my sin wasn't forgiven just yet. Alright. I needed to confess my sin to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion. And Mion's like, what the? Like, where? You know that one gif where they're like, what the fuck? It's like that. That's what Mion's like. So I'll risk my life to save you too when you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Kei-chan. You're making me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satoko was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. Satoko's left. But Rika and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy, and we couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me, Rena fought for me, and that's why I'm going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me, I'm going to risk my life to save her. That's right. Power of friendship all the way. You two should kiss. Yeah, probably. That's what Mion's thinking. She's like, am I getting a kiss here? This is weird, but am I getting a kiss? You get a kiss? Keiichi's kind of cute. I think she likes Keiichi. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibone City. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out, followed by Uishi. They are welcomed by Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Uishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscaped garden, and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. Upon seeing the officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane, who we've basically never seen. Nice to meet you, Miss Sonozaki. Thanks for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm having today. Kiyomizute is famous for its dried bean curd, right? I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai. It's been forever since we last met in person. It's been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Neither do we. Everyone knows how messy things get when you get involved, but I'd like to avoid that as much as possible since I'm not that young anymore. You think these two should kiss too? So obviously this was a meeting between people who hated each other. A psychopath? You think she looks like Kyo? Ah, the cute green-haired girl. I mean, yeah, a little bit. If you want the real psychopath, there's another green-haired person who looks just like her. In fact, they're identical twins. And she's just as easily attached as Kyo. The tension in their words indicated this wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. But at least they're keeping up pretenses. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. I feel bad our host's taking us to the table. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? On the other side of the door were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both police and the Corps members in black suits. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozakis. Thanks for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look and he tapped on the door. The waitresses, who'd been waiting behind the door, started bringing out drinks. Uishi, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's enjoy the meal first. Their dried bean curd is really famous, you know. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitresses and other members of the corps leave the room, and soon only Uishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai were left in the room. Well, let's start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and started speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. Oh, such as? Kasai wanted to talk to you about Rena Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting's about the private circumstances between Atsuyoshi Kasai and Rena Ryugu. The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu lives an honest life. How could she have any private connection with Kasai from the Yakuza? Kasai? Yes, allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers he happened to meet Rena at a coffee house in Okonomiya. He explained Rena found something he lost there, and she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right, but for argument's sake, why don't we assume you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make sense. I heard you told your members to go find her? That is my fault. Rena's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a minute. You made us come all the way here, and now you're telling us to believe this BS? Could it be you're making fun of us? She looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. She threatened them with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension into the atmosphere. Uishi, please don't. Kumagai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers pair with those who are good at calming them down, just like how the Yakuza do. It's good cop, bad cop, the classic. Uishi backed off with a grin, and Kumagai took over, continuing from there. So what you're trying to say? You don't want us to intervene because this is a civil matter between Rena and Tatsuyoshi Kasai? That's not really going to happen. We're going to give her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rena to begin with. Why? Well, you guys are after her, Uishi answered bluntly. But Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? It might know something. Uishi-san? We're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, and what are we misunderstanding? Your misunderstanding concerns the scrapbooks of Mio Takano Rena Ryugu's in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she went straight to the point. You want to protect Rena because she has the scrapbooks, right? Uishi and his subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious her guess was right. Sigh. Akane gave him a look and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. Every one of the officers assumed there was a lot of money in the suitcase and that the family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police. Are these? These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the ones she gave to Rena. This is gonna be our main course for today. Mind if I take a look? No, feel free. We can talk after you read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. Oh no, you don't have to do that. The cops produced latex gloves from their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 in there. Okay, she's got a lot of scrapbooks. And yes, absolutely. Shion is, a little loose. Shion's a little bit more violent than, Mion. Although Shion is actually Mion, but that's beside the point. Shion's actually Mion in several scenes and is actually Mion in reality, but due to circumstances, she's actually forced to live as Shion. It's a long story. What? Why? Why is she more violent? I mean, that's just the way she is. And she's kind of like living a double life. She's pretty entertaining though. She's a lot of fun. She's really fun when she's around. Apart from the arc where she kills like half the people in the fucking story, but you know, she's great. She's great. I think she's a lot of fun when she's around. She's super cute too. I don't know. I don't think we'll get her to show up, but she showed up for like 2 scenes in this arc. In Arc 6, she's shown up for like 2 scenes. She lives in the larger town beside Hinamizawa. She's a lot of fun. She likes playing some pretty cool pranks. She's good at outwitting Mion. And she trolls the ever-living shit out of Keiichi by, she trolls Keiichi because they're identical twins. She endlessly pretends to be Mion to confuse him into thinking that she like confuses him into thinking that Mion's being inconsistent, and then into thinking that maybe there's a twin, but then he can't tell which one's which. It's really fun. She just trolls the shit out of him every time that he's not sure who he's hanging out with, whether it's Mion or Shion, or if there's even 2 people, because he doesn't know that she has a twin. It's great. She's like, I was just fucking with you. Later, bro. Great. Alright. So more than 10 books. We found them in Mio Takana's house in Okonomiya after she passed. Ueshi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. Are you sure these are real? Without a doubt. Ueshi, if Rena has the other scrapbooks, that means maybe the ones she has have the same kind of stuff in them. Ueshi looked stunned by the contents. He started turning pages faster and then closed them roughly. Do all these have the same kind of contents as this one? Yes, they do. Feel free to take the time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers rapidly turned through the pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly. Ueshi, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. This one says the netherworld collided with this world and the dead souls float across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, yours says something about the netherworld? Mine's about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one's about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one's about the legacy of the Mu continent. That one's about Aussie, the mysterious creature in the Onigafuji swamp. Surmise that Rena Ryugu most likely has a scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Ueshi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorism. But Ueshi believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume that the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from the other. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Well, Ueshi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him, but now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onigafuji. Rena took them seriously, and so had Ueshi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Ueshi glared at them and they stopped laughing. The main reason he took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozakis were after Rena for the scrapbooks she had. Nakano, the owner of the books, was killed. Because of these 2 reasons, he believed the occult B novel. Ueshi was frustrated without a doubt. He had to accept he was wrong, but who killed her? Who the fuck killed her? We're still not at that part where we know who killed her. Like, how did she just randomly get murdered? Maybe she faked her death? I don't know how, though. Ueshi was eager for information that could help him solve the series of deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. I mean, there are some good factors. The book implies that it's something that she could be killed over, and then she actually does get murdered. Let me ask you something. Why was Mio killed? We have no idea what happened to Mio and Jiro Tomitake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Oh, come on, Ueshi. Ueshi, do you think we do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. She'd said too much. Akane cleared her throat to condemn the statement and made Mion shut her mouth. Ueshi glared at the young successor. But he knew she was right. Why are you after Rena Ryugu? We're not. I admit it's our fault we made it look like we were after her. For that, we apologize. The reasons which made Ueshi take Rena's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak, and she did so firmly. I'd like to ask a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard Sankai from the police headquarters started work with the public safety division. To do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? That had been at Ueshi's request, and he took Rena's story seriously. He wanted to find the research facility that was developing the parasite and was intending to use it as proof of a potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the prefecture in cooperation with the Task Force for Gang Groups and Public Safety. Damn, he's taking this shit seriously. That's cool. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, Public Safety doubted his source because they hadn't heard any potential of a terrorist attack. They trusted their information network. But Ueshi took advantage of his long career and old friends and managed to get them to cooperate. His face broke out in a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. He caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the era is reaching its end, and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're going to lose face. We're going to. I mean, you're a Yakuza group. As long as they find literally anything on you, they're good. Cares about your face. I know we'll find something with those raids. We're gonna go through with them. If you find something, good for you. If you don't, you know it's gonna cause a big liability. Even you won't escape lightly, Ueshi. Well, it sounds like you do want an all-out war. If that's what you want, please carry your job out to your own satisfaction. I'll take on the challenge anytime. Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Ueshi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. I'm really surprised she's even taking a role here, or even has a sprite, honestly. Ueshi couldn't back out now, but he knew it was a fight he probably wouldn't win. Kumagai butt in and tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, what would we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempt. The scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Ueshi could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could pretend the whole thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility, but if he didn't back off, there'd be no doubt he'd face a hopeless mess. He's gonna back off. It was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. He made a huge mistake before his retirement. People who'd been looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. His base salary at the time of retirement, I would add. If they cut his base salary, there's no way he could avoid a big reduction. Ueshi. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit a mistake at his age. He grimaced with anger. Kuma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm gonna get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Alright. Ueshi stood up quickly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door he left open, and the room was filled with silence once again. And at that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own, so I'll confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other maintain the peace of the city. Therefore, we're going to put off the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oryu, appreciates your concern as well. As promised, we'll take the scrapbooks, and there are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing books, bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Rena, turn her over to us immediately. I'm afraid the second one's unacceptable. Rena's in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety and find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that. We have this right to question her about the murder of Takano as a material witness, not as a suspect. Akane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak. Very well, we'll accept the second condition. Let us add another condition then. We're gonna send her a lawyer. You'll only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You aren't allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning right after we find her. Oh, we have no problem with that. You must contact us immediately after she's found. We will as soon as we can. Akane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement's made in good faith, founded on mutual trust. Please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Well, it looks like everyone else has resolved the conflict, so it's just Rena and whatever damage she does. Fell asleep. We'll have to stop doing visual novels if you fall asleep. Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Ueshi, and who was rather loud and noisy, but he had as much guts as his superior. Ueshi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended and the police stood up from their seats, tension in the room finally easing. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, who nodded lightly, and took what was offered him. This is an expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only taking the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head, or Yusan. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily, letting go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. How did you take care of this, Mom? Oh, don't be silly. Your rank's higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Sai, have a waitress bring me a beer. Oh, and let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. Guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me anyway. Your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. You too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little bit... So, Mommy, I was just about to say that nobody had commented on Akane being Mion's mom and wearing a good-looking outfit, and then here we go. The MILF hunters going for it. Yeah, Kasai goofed, I guess. By the way, I'm impressed with Rena for making a fool out of Ueshi. Many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. Go see a play together or something. Kasai, whenever you see her next, let her know I said that. And don't tell her any more creepy stories, okay? Of course, I'm well worth it. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takana's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. I mean, Rena might do something crazy, who knows? The only remaining problem was, well, Rena. Where could she be hiding? I think she was suggesting that the lab could be in the shrine. The sealed shrine, so she might be trying to break into that. That's kind of like our main clue. Or she could be... Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. Is Rena outside? I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Ooh, I called it. Who could it be so late? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There was only one person I knew who might see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully. And I was right. I was right too. It was Rena. She was just standing still under the light. I wondered how long she'd been there for. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long she'd been hesitating in front of my door. It looked like she was... Even standing was giving her a hard time. She looked so very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rena looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise. You're into Shion. You like people who are like Kyuhyume. Nice. Deja vu? Deja vu indeed. Rena? Is that you? Rena! She looked relieved to see me, but then she soon glanced downwards, looking sad again. How long have you been standing there? I don't know. Maybe since the sunset? Rena must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days, at the very least. Didn't this scene happen before or not? We did have a door scene with Rena. One that was much more terrifying, and Rena was desperately trying to get into the house. In this case, it seems like it's kind of the opposite, where we're rushing out. Although the rushing out to meet her, I'm also getting a bit of deja vu on, because that was with Mion in the last chapter of the second arc, right? We rushed out to see Mion, and she stabbed us. That is a bit of deja vu. I'm definitely feeling something like that. The looking out the window and seeing someone rushing down to meet them. Yeah, the smashed fingers were from when Rena was trying to get in. It was definitely a lot creepier than this has been. Alright, so, wherever Rena was staying. It wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing someone was trying to kill her. She looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. The band-aids had cute pictures, but that only made the wound on her neck more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too, and I could tell she made them herself. She made the band-aids herself? She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? When I tried to take her in the house, she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to go into the house, it was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it. I can't get any more, even at this moment. The maggots are moving my body. It itches really badly. It feels like they're going to come out from everywhere. Rena, I think you have a disease. Why don't she get some rest? We'll go to the clinic first thing in the morning. He understands your situation. He'll see you in private. No, I know it. You know how Tomitake died. I'll try not to do what he did for as long as possible. Rena believed she was given a suspicious drug that made her claw her neck to death like Tomitake-san did. She convinced herself it was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now, but she really wanted someone to help her. She wanted help, but when someone tried to give her a hand, it looked like the hand of the devil. The hand of the devil! The devil's hand at work, my friends. No comment on that picture. No comment. No comment. This was some kind of disease. It was a horribly depressing disease. I don't know how I'm gonna die. I don't think I have much time. That's not happening. You're a member of our unbeatable club, Rena. You're not gonna die so easily. Thanks. I want to say sorry before I die. Sorry? For what? Yesterday, I said terrible things to you. I hurt your feelings. Oh, she must be talking about last night. You trust me, but when she told her about my past, she felt betrayed. And after that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I know what it's like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena. But before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. Really, I didn't know. I just beyond comparison. You just shot someone with a toy gun. I hit someone's head with a metal bat. Everyone got hurt really badly. I broke the windows of my school and that traumatizing image is I believe Arjuna wearing Musashi Berserker's third ascension outfit. Or some light trauma. I know, but I don't care about anything like that. What you did before you moved here, that's why you stopped being Rena and became Rena after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. So, I was way worse than you were. I have to say you're not my friend. I felt the same way too. What? I was afraid of you because I heard about your past. Oh, you knew. Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out I knew about her history when she thought I didn't. But I was like, yeah, so what? Yeah, does it matter? Eh? It doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here. You've been through ups and downs with tears and laughter, but since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been living a proud life. The important thing is you regret what you did. That's all that matters. I almost said forget. You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Rena is Rena, and that's why she's Rena Ryugu. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah, I should have noticed that too. Rena is Rena Ryugu. She's herself, guys. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Rena. You heard about my past too, am I right? I was pretty bad as well. I was such a brat. I forget the stupid things I did, so I thought moving here was a good opportunity to start over. I believe I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa. Isn't it the same with you, Rena? Like, it doesn't matter how you lived in Ibaraki. You want to be in Hinamizawa. I don't care about whatever Rena Ryugu was. Yeah, you're right. We can start our life over as many times as we want. We might make a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves, but that lets us become the people we want to be. You fall once or twice in your life, but that's life. We can't let that beat us down. We gotta keep growing. So I was such an asshole for getting scared of you because of your past. Doesn't matter how many times you fail. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. So I don't need to know your past, and even if I did, it shouldn't have changed the way I treated you. But we were fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like this ourselves. Mion knew that from the beginning. We are such fools. We hurt each other and made each other cry. So Rena Ryugu isn't always will be my best friend forever. We're BFFs. When you have to go through a hard time, I'll help you no matter what. Just trust me on that. Thanks. I trust you, Keiichi. Do you now? Do you? Because the next couple steps are probably going to... It's very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie, but I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling me to trust her that time. She kept saying those words while I kept hitting her with the bat, but they still didn't reach me. I don't think I have much time left. I'll try my best to save Hinamizawa because of wonderful people like you live here. Rena. I'm not going to let them take over this village. I'll fight so we can regain the peaceful days we had. I'll defeat their conspiracy. She said she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Even if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano's delusion, it wouldn't reach her. Thank you, Keiichi. Thank you for forgiving me. I do forgive you. Please forgive me what I did to you. I'm gonna save Hinamizawa, I promise. So Keiichi-kun, will you help me? I trust only you, Keiichi-kun. We can save Hinamizawa together. Rena. I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Rena cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad of a corner? I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you, but you're different. You still trust me? You're... So... Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I'll never betray you. I trust you, Rena. Please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. Always believed in me, Keiichi-kun. I trust you too. I can trust you, right? You're the only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in her eyes too, and before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. Well, I found a way to end this battle. Really? Yeah, I might not stand a chance, but it's the only resistance I can think of. Rena, I don't know what you're gonna do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? We can, can't we? We have to. I'm not gonna let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. It's gonna be a come from behind victory. We'll regain our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion and it'll end with one, too. If I encouraged her too much, she'd twist it into an attack on her. I was like that at the time. I took her goodwill as the complete opposite thing, so I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle, I guess. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner, but I would always be there for her. Get married already? Yeah, seems about right. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I said one thing. I'm on your side until the very end. No matter what, I'm on your side. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't right now. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe them, if she tried to smash my head in, I'd say those words. I'd keep saying them until I die. Thanks, Keiichi-kun. Everything will be over tomorrow. We'll win for sure. And then we can play around in the club together again. With everyone. Return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to stop her, even if I had to grab her arm. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arm, she wouldn't trust me anymore. Wait, Rena, what do you have to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask you for help later. You'll help me when I do, right? Of course, of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell I was still on her side. We're playing dramatic music here. Theoretically, you could, with this backing track, you could have a kiss scene. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it could happen. Or it is like the right music for this. I didn't know what her come from behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of is she's going to invade the house of the Sonozakis, which she thought of as their enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rena left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Why does everyone want us to be the bad guys so much?" But she understood. It'd be easier if we really did act like bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to a hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. I want to believe her, though. There's no kiss scene. Rena's already left, my friend. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she's driven into a corner. She's not like me. I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika have been talking about these days. Did anything serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple of days after the festival. Sorry, I've been talking crazy lately. Anyway, don't lose confidence in Rena, alright? You know I won't. Anyway, catch a cold to the heart sometimes. It just happened to Rena this time, and that's all. No, she has a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon, and we can laugh about it later. It's not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. That silly Uishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you-know-what. So, we'll just say Rena overreacted a bit, and this'll be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget I'm the next head of the Sonozakis? I have both the skill and power to do that. And we cleaned up all the misunderstandings. This old man had a meeting with Uishi. We cleared up everything. Uishi was shaking in fear the whole time. I'm pretty good, do you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little bit. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rena seems to be feeling, the others seem to be taking it rather easy. It's all up to Rena now. If she understood everything, she could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us. Just like we did by the abandoned car at the garage, or garbage dump that day. Ah, Rena. I couldn't win, but I know you can. Because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end, so I know you can win. It didn't mean she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier, but Rena would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. How does this end? How does this end? It doesn't sound... as nice as it sounds like it's also going to lead somewhere sad. Last night. Last night. And the first thing that comes to my mind is Last Night by Skillet. Not a bad song, though. I have to change the piano tune a little bit here. Tomorrow is the day. Oh, you mean the day we die? It's gonna end up the same way this time. Just like last time. I don't know about that. It's been similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different too. Can't you remember what happened? Possible. Wait, who's she talking to? Oh, Satoko, probably. Impossible. There's no way he could remember. I mean, there's no way he could know. The more you say it's impossible, the more it makes me feel this is a real miracle. And there's nothing we can do. It's gonna end up the same way again. Sure about it. It will. Everything will be over. And the Higurashi cry. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens, and you get a 6 2 or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. But what are you really looking for? Are you looking to roll a 1? Are you looking to roll a 100? Fact of statistics. But when you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create, and the more likely you get a corner case. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. If you throw a die 10 times, don't you get like die faces to the power of the rolls? in possibilities. Like if you roll two, if you roll 2 dice, theoretically you get 36 results, but realistically you get like what, 12? You get 12 different numbers. I don't think the 500th number is accurate. Or 100 die rolls. I guess she's saying like, if you 1 to 6 is 500. I guess they're saying that that's what they're going with. They're saying the total of the dice is 500 different futures. Because the totals of the die results can range from 100 to 600. But I mean, if die order matters, it could be very different. And I'd say in reality, die order matters. It's not the total, it's the die order that matters when you're doing things in real life. It's like, what happens first? What happens second? Does X happen? Does Y happen? So she's saying order doesn't matter. Interesting. There might be one future among those that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me a miracle. It taught me it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average. I think we'll never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell. It's written all over your face. I think so too. We're gonna have the same ending this time again. I'm not gonna give up until I throw the die for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Something's gonna be different this time. I'll try to believe in that. Rika, you're a very strong person. I know. Because I'm a lot younger than you. Oh, Rika? Me? Are you still awake? It's not good to stay up so late. Sorry, I couldn't sleep. I'm just looking at the stars. I'll go to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satoko. Well, alright. Rika stuck in a time loop. A miserable, miserable time loop. Or she can see all possibilities and feels like she's repeating them over and over. It's the same thing. She can see all the possibilities. It's possible she can see every possibility at the same time during this time period. So it feels like she's repeated her actions a billion times in a billion different ways. And then her consciousness separates. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Don't worry, Rena isn't going to do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said it brightly as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her. I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was going to take violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either. I wonder where she's going. This old man's more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those things pile on one another. If you think about it calmly, you'd laugh because it's really a stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things start bothering you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease. If you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must be a reason that made the world go crazy. It must be such a small thing you wouldn't even notice. Unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. Wasn't it Ueshi contacting her? I have a relative who's a doctor. He said if you have a tumor in a specific part of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffer from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatize it like it's something occult. You mean Rena's suffering from a physical disease in her brain? Yeah, in her case, it might be better to say it's a mental disease. Rena was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rena and Teppei. At a time like that, that stupid Ueshi told her about what happened to Tomitake in an exaggerated way. I think Ueshi and Takano's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really? Like what? Well, he believes in the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa, but that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row, but I think there's no series of murders in the first place. It was true that mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think there was a conspiracy, and the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everyone trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Alright, Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and cruel old history. She made feasible stories out of them, saying the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Ueshi did the same thing too. He was so convinced they were behind it all, it was making him interpret things the wrong way. And in that sense, we could say Ueshi believed the same delusion as Rena. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that, because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki is whenever something strange happens, it's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. Like those people who they say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. It is the 80s, I guess. Oh, and what's that supposed to mean? You're saying all this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Well, it is your fault. I'd call you Plasma Mion from now on. That sounds like a wrestler's name. Plasma Mion! I like professional wrestlers. Okay, Chet, you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop, I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. No, no, please, it hurts, it hurts! Ah! And on a dirt road, too. That's gonna be a mess. Good morning, Keiji. Good morning. Toku and Rika looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual, and nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon. And she'd start morning homeroom. Sorry, I needed a quick drink there. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. Something stinks today. Close the windows. Ah, rip. Silly. It'd be hotter in here if we do that. Close the windows. We're all going to die in about 10 seconds. It smelled like gasoline or something. It really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were just using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember they once brought up big few piles of juniper branches. It was awful. It had a distinct, irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's juniper? Me? It's the name of a vegetable. You sometimes put it in curry. It's not mustard gas. That would be far more than an irritating smell, my friend. It'd be very, very painful. It is, I forget what gas this is. They tell you anyway. It smells like, It is a gas, but it's a naturally occurring gas. One that will kill you because it's heavier than air. You should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. I know a little about vegetables. It sounds like it'd be better to make a Rika and Keiichi taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball's missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? I was gonna hide it. I think I'd hide something better than that. Hey, cheers, since it's coming. Everyone take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. Well, if you're not on the... I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night, and I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the 3 families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those 3. In other words, the Sonozakis. Chie? Yeah. The school, the teacher? Yeah, not bad. She's designed after Shiel from Tsukihime or Melty Blood. I was trying not to say Melty Blood first because she's originally from Tsukihime. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, leader of the Sonozakis. There's only 2 of them in the house. It's possible Rena would try to break into their house with a knife? But they already came up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There's a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end by attacking the leader. According to the delusion, she believes in the conditions of her victory are more complicated than that. She needs to expose the fanatics who are behind the family. She needed to destroy their research on the parasite, and Rena didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how would she win the come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret it as the town council as the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they meet at the shrine. Town council meets once a month at most, though. It would be hard to believe they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Eerie Clinic. She suspected there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning. The suspicion might have changed to certainty in her mind by now. That means she's going to attack the clinic? I don't think so. I think she's breaking into the shrine. It wasn't like an action movie. What would she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? That's pointless. In order to expose this conspiracy, she needs proof that they're actually studying the parasite. Is she going to break into there and get questionable weird samples? The last problem was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left under desperate, disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But she sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything ends. Rena probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote easily, she wouldn't have been desperate about the time she had left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place in her delusion was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it together like that, I felt like Eerie and its clinic were in danger. But now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room at the clinic all the time. If most of the board happened to gather there for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but... I can't actually deny the possibility. I'm gonna call my house. I'll make sure they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy ideas. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. Sounds dangerous. I can hardly believe Rena's gonna do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's gonna attack the clinic? Maybe. Maybe she won't. If that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent disasters from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Oh boy, it's time to have something bad happen. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I guess. How does this lead to a bad end? We'll find out. Tarika, who had whispered that, well, I'll go see Mion for a bit. After taking my leave from them, I left the classroom and headed to the faculty office where Mion had gone to make a phone call. It's not like I could do anything even if I stayed by her. I just hated staying doing nothing but wallow in anxiety. Looks like we are in the end game. This is the last chapter. We're not going to reach the end tonight because we're going to get the bad end. Okay, send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it. But you never know what's going to happen. We capture her by force if she does. Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops. We're going to give Rena to them right after we find her. So even if we use force, we won't get in trouble. I'm not ready to get about losing face. I feel sorry for Rena. I really want to settle this calmly, if possible. She's still young. As long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize and it'll be fine. Well, she might be out of our hands. Oh, I know. I mean, as long as they don't find about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those 2 anyway. People think they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. So she's fine. Don't worry about it. She's safe. What? Are we playing baseball now? Anyway, be careful. Will do. So it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai. I put the phone down. I sensed Chie was looking at me. No wonder, as she'd been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie put her spoon down and with a sad look, asked the following. You talking about Ryugu-san? Yeah, Sotozaki, do you know why Ryugu ran away from home? Close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan. Most of them thought Rena just ran away from home, but after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss. Uishi stupidly believed the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find her. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. People in the village thought she did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Remember, guys, tofu is rock hard. That's some serious tofu. I hit my head on some tofu and lost my memory. She misunderstood something big time and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear Ushi was the one who misunderstood everything the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not make a big deal about the situation. Create an environment that allows Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. It's gonna be fine, Chie-sensei. Rena's a little sick right now. That cop made a lovely mistake and got things a little twisted around. You don't believe Rena did something that wrong and she's trying to run from the police, do you? Of course not, but making your family worry about running from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that's the best story to go with. What if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about? I must be a bad teacher. I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryugu-san before this all happened. Chie-sensei, you're taking it all too seriously. You need to relax. It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. What am I going to do if Ryugu becomes one of those bad kids, starts doing really bad things? Okay, that's the way they're going. Ryugu-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad. She gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. That's the real crisis. The real crisis. I'm dead. Can't eat curry anymore. Dies. I can see the crisis. I can see the crisis in her heart. Oh no. Yeah, not being able to eat curry anymore from the curry garden would suck. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. The thought of not being able to eat curry every day, truly a disaster. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. To be honest though, curry every day would actually be pretty good. If only it wasn't such a huge pain to make. Actually sounds really good. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but no, like Indian food's pretty tasty. And I've definitely I definitely enjoyed some of like the prepackaged stuff. I mean, they're like you can buy like prepackaged lunches that have curry in them, right? Have some form of curry, whether it be like a vindaloo or a butter chicken or some shit. You can get like some of those prepackaged things. They come with rice. Well, they're nice, but at some point, I was having those every day for like a long time for lunch, and then at some point they changed their rice. Like there was a rice that like a shittier brand was using, and they changed from the rice they were using to this shittier rice, and it just made everything like less flavorful and very watery. And I was like, why would they do this? Why did they change suppliers? I'm just not gonna buy them anymore. It was unfortunate too because I freaking love curry. Could unironically have it every day. Yeah, F's. They changed suppliers to the shittier supplier. Obviously, they're cutting costs. And they're like, well, we can cut corners. They're like, well, we can cut corners. Maybe bump up the price another 50 cents. Put it on sale less. And, yeah, there won't be any downsides to that. And I'm like, this tastes like garbage. Like, you don't need to have, like, I mean, It's curry. Like, you're not looking for ultra high quality rice or anything like that. Like, it's rice. Rice, what do you even want in, like, high quality rice? But somehow they managed to make a rice that I didn't actually think went well with curry. Like, before I branched out into other brands, I didn't even know that was possible. I was like, it's just rice, right? But somehow they managed, either by changing their actual curry formula, or maybe just coincidentally with the rice, they managed to make something I thought was not actually good with curry. Kind of sad, because I quite like having curry every day, but it's okay. Maybe one day I'll find a really cheap Indian shop. I mean, I do have, my old job had a cheap Indian place near it, but it was cheap in terms of how much you got for what you paid, not cheap as in, like, I could spend $5 and go eat Indian. Right? There's a difference. It's like, I could spend $20 or $30 and get, like, 3 meals from it. 3 or 4 meals from it, but, like, I also don't want to, like, go to a restaurant and eat 4 meals worth of food at once. I can't really do that. Oh well, back to the classroom, but then, right then, the phone rang. Hello? This is the Namizawa branch school. Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day, because today the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway, and then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school? I tried to go back inside the office, but Chie gestured at me not to come in. Chie acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then looked at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher. You promised me, alright? She only said that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going to go out for a while, please. Everyone study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her key from out of her purse. It was obvious she was going to see Rena somewhere. Chie, was it Rena? That's all. You're in charge of the class, okay? Chie-sensei completely ignored me and ran out into the hallway. She ran into the schoolyard and got into her car. Chie, what is it? Where did Chie-sensei go off in a hurry? It was a phone call from Rena. What did she say? I ran after the teacher without answering. Kei-chan followed behind me. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment the car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. How are you doing, my lady? Everything's quiet so far. I know, I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's going to meet Rena. What? Keiichi yelled in surprise, but there wasn't time left to explain it to him. Rena's paranoid. You need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chie she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a bit bad for ruining their promise. But it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make an excuse. She was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran from home. If she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. Neon, I'm coming too. Kei-chan? If the teacher is going to see Rena, it's better if I go, please. You're probably right. Alright, Kei-chan, get on quick. Gotcha. Kei-chan opened the car door and swiftly climbed into the passenger seat. While we were dilly-dallying, the teacher's car was disappearing from our line of sight. We could only pray we didn't lose sight of her. I'm counting on you, Kei-chan. Leave it to me. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and chased after Chie's car at full speed. Remember, this is the quote-unquote bad ending, so we're going to get something that may or may not be bad, but it's an alternative ending. As they tailed the shadow of the disappearing car, I could only pray for this series of misfortune to end on a quiet note. Chie's car soon came into view. It was traveling at a fast pace, but thankfully she was the sort of person who didn't drive above the speed limit. Come again? It was fast, but not above the speed limit. Alright. Well, then it's not very fast if it's not above the speed limit, is it? We passed the stone steps of the Furude Shrine and left the paved road partway into a coarse mountain trail. Where we were headed wasn't even to the damn construction site where the mountains of trash lay. We were headed to an unknown location I wasn't aware of, as I was still unfamiliar with the area. Where's this pathway headed to? Most likely into the mountains. If we carry on like this, we'll reach a route that leads to a neighborhood across the valley. And as if it nodded in agreement with the driver's words, the vegetation opened up on one side, and we saw mountains in the distance and a valley between them. I saw a stream up ahead and a suspension bridge straddling it. According to him, there was certainly an unmanned office cabin in the vicinity set up for emergency purposes. Judging by Chie's panic, had Rena threatened to jump from there or something if she didn't come? If so, why? That's right. Why had she called Chie out to the suspension bridge? The sudden question triggered a throbbing anxiety which spread across my chest. Okay, why is Chie called out to the suspension bridge? I should probably pronounce my sus better. First of all, what did Rena even have to do with Chie-sensei? I mean, it's not like they were on bad terms. Rena was a good student. She had a good relationship with her teacher. It's not like she had a trusting relationship with her, though, enough to call her and consult her on such affairs. And why the suspension bridge? If it was a threat to jump off if she didn't come, the shrine had a good enough elevation for that. She didn't have to call her all the way out here. It could be a distraction. That's a pretty easy one. Ah, fuck. I was astonished, finally having understood her intentions. Driver stopped Chie's car. What? Hurry! As we noisily rang the car horn, Chie's car came to a halt, almost close enough to hit us, and she got down, looking stunned. After recognizing me in the seat behind her, she tried to yell out, but I beat her to it, and cried, "We're in big trouble!" What? Sensei, we've been duped by Rena. She isn't here. The teacher didn't understand what I was talking about, and donned a confused expression. But there wasn't time to explain, so I flew towards the phone booth near us, put a 10-yen coin in the slot, and dialed the phone number to the staff room, which I vaguely recalled. Somebody please answer. Mion, Satoko, Rika. I don't care if it's someone else, either. I had to tell this to the people at school fast. Hurry! Hurry and pick up the phone. And then after the phone rang around 10 times and I'd almost given up, the call went through. Hello? Excuse me, this is my bar. Please put me on the line right away. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I didn't know if it was because I was using an old phone or because the line was too far away, but I couldn't hear anything from the receiver. And then when I was about to raise my voice and yell into the phone. What is it, Keiichi-kun? I wonder what you want with me, Chan. I wonder. My prediction was on the mark. It was even worse than I imagined. Rena, you're there now, aren't you? Yep, I'm here. With me, Chan, and the others. Shame you aren't here, Keiichi-kun. It's pretty hard to do this by myself. I made a lot of noise, screaming and crying. It really got to my head. I ended up hitting them a few times. The hell have you done? Hey, Rena, listen. She is here with me, too. Calm down. Listen to it. Ah, you ended up going there. I'll listen to what you have to say. Here, okay? Come quick. I'll be waiting for you. Rena, stop. Don't hang up. The words fell on deaf ears. Rena, who was on the other side, quickly ended the conversation like it was nothing. So there's no gas explosion today? Or no, was it methane? Smells like... Okonomi PS to all vehicles. Okonomi PS to all vehicles. A hostage situation is broken out at Hanamizawa Forest Service Building. There's reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. Well, at least they know where she is. Kuma-chan. Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizawa Branch School's classroom was taken over. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the Branch School's property and secure hotline to us. So they're willing to negotiate with us from the start? What's going on? The suspect is asking for you, Uishi. It's Rena Ryugu. Ryugu-san. Very well, we seem to be inseparable, huh? Well, I'll be dealing with her until the end. Uishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No, Rena Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Right before the crime, the teacher in charge and one of the students received a phone call from Rena, and the crime took place while they were away. Well planned, huh? Has anyone from the Forestry Service been taken hostage? No, from the service. All 24 hostages are students. The number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Wait, how do they have that record already? Plus the suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Rena? No, we've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two more of them, though. Wait, what? Rena's a good girl. For her to do something like this, there's gotta be some mistake. Are you okay? Uishi ran up to Chie, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Chie was huddled over, and Uishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. Uishi, please, if possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I'll take the place of one of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things that I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate if you cooperated. Honchi-kun, please show them to the Blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takatsugi's on the radio. Hello, this is Uishi. Uishi, how go things? Come on, Kumagai informed me of the situation. The suspect's underage, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. Understood. The suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? For now, if that's the suspect's demand, we have no choice. It's up to you. Uishi, Rena Ryuga's on the car phone. That was faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Hello, this is Uishi. I clenched my teeth in frustration and rolling my fists into a ball. An overwhelming wall of police blocked my way, and I felt pathetic for only being able to watch the teachers and the detectives from afar. The reason why Chie had been phoned and summoned out of the school. For Rena, who wanted to hijack the classroom, the biggest obstacle was Chie-sensei. She was someone who had a strong sense of justice. If Rena held a pistol to her, Chie probably wouldn't have hesitated. For the welfare of her students, she'd put herself in danger. Getting rid of someone like her was the primary step in order to hijack the classroom. I mean, it's pretty hard to kill Shiel. She's an executor of the church after all. Like, that's not going to work. You're not going to be able to put her down with just a gun. Attacking from behind would have been the first line of thought, but I'm sure she decided taking on an adult directly was a risky affair. In that case, it's better to lure her away someplace. Rena had phoned Chie and told her she wished to seek her advice in somewhere private. Asked to meet her near that suspension bridge, including Chie. A good majority of the people thought Rena had merely run away from home. Though Chie probably thought Rena merely had some troubles she wanted to discuss. Fooling her was that easy. At least Keiichi figured it out, like, slightly early. Where did Rena make the call from? Within the school. Well, not exactly. It was most likely from the second floor of the building, from the office room of the Forestry Service. The Forestry Service at our school is like a branch office. It's not like the staff are always present. Depending on the day, they might not even be there, right? Rena had known this and been hiding on the second floor this whole time, and then she made a call to the ground floor from up there, sending Chie to a faraway place. It probably wasn't a coincidence. The principal was away on a business trip today. Rena most likely snuck into the school yesterday itself and discerned the principal's itinerary and the workings of the internal phone line before she put her plan into action. So is she killing Mion? Like, what's her plan? What's her victory plan? How cunning it was. But I understood. Right now, even as she was possessed by a murderous rage, she was keeping her composure. She was unbelievably calm despite being plagued by a delusion that controlled her. Just thinking about it made my head spin, because I'd even personally experienced what she was going through before, and what was even more unlucky was the absence of the Sonozaki family bodyguard who'd been standing by the gate. It was because Mion sent him to follow Chie, who'd set out to meet Rena. Everything was so screwed up on so many levels. We're trying to come up with a plan for simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the prefectural police, as well as public safety. We're talking about the entire city. We need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Uishi, do you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibone's in right now? What are you doing? Uishi, you believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Please answer me. Of course I am, but the police department's a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best. I really am. The thing is, it's on a really big scale. The negotiations weren't that satisfactory, to be honest. Even as they spoke, it was clear from the overwhelming tension that Rena's patience was wearing thinner and thinner. Yeah, I don't know what her end goal is. Okay, call Keiichi-kun over here. What? Did you say that again? Isn't Keiichi-kun there right now? I'd like to talk to him. Please call him over immediately. Understood. Uishi asked for one of his subordinates to summon the boy who stood in the front line gathered at the barricade. He immediately jogged over to the car as soon as he was called. Must be Keiichi Maibara, I assume? Yes. Rena Ryugu would like to have a word with you. Could you please take the call? I understand. Uishi handed over the receiver, and he noticed something happening outside, and left the car. Hello? Keiichi-kun. It's good you came back here. Rena. Police isn't believing what I'm telling them. Could you please tell them the things I'm saying are true? Very serious about what I'm about to do, could you? What do you mean by what I'm about to do? I've just finished pouring gasoline over the classroom. If I just ignite the lighter I have on hand, all the hostages here will die. Could you please let Uishi know about that? What? Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from Okonomiya Station. Ah, the feds are here. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather, and he approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Is it Kasai or the feds? Let's see. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again. Utaka's from the prefectural headquarters? It is the Watch your mouth. I'm ranked higher than you now, so don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something? Utaka-kun, I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Who approved that exactly? I did, Uishi-kun. Chief? Takasugi-kun informed me of the situation. He also told me you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. The troops? You aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk. We don't have any time left before the bomb goes off. You have taken too long. We're here to take care of the mess you left behind. Sit back for a minute. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oh shit. Well, who the heck is he? That's Utaka-kun. A long time ago, he showed off even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge from when I knocked him unconscious in the kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Uishi. Are you serious about storming the school? A special unit from the prefectural police will handle the infiltration. Your unit's gonna be their backup. Chief. Uishi. A special unit from the prefectural police isn't just any old unit. You've heard about the second company, haven't you? What's that, Uishi? Is this second company that well known? Do you remember about 5 years ago, when the JRA hijacked that plane? Flight 472? I heard the special counter-terrorist units were put together in Tokyo and Osaka. I can't read Osaka. After the incident, they really do exist. But why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Utaka smiled proudly. We just happened to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. You haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate quickly. The company members exited the vehicle one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen. Utaka-kun, are you really going to have a gunfight here? Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They're using riot shields and riot guns. They send out tear gas at high pressures. There'll be no issue with explosions. What a convenient water gun. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? Oh, no need to worry about that. Just move over and let us do our job. Following Utaka's orders, the special forces took positions at a blind spot visible from the school window and prepared to infiltrate. Uishi wrinkled his nose at Utaka's arrogance and pretentious attitude. They didn't give way for counter-arguments. Remembering that Rena and Keiichi were having a conversation, he turned on his heel, heading over to the patrol car. And there... Detective, we have an emergency. This is not good. At once, the door of the car swung open and Keiichi rushed over to him, screaming. What's the matter, Ibar? Rena just told me she poured gasoline all over the classroom. What? Gasoline? I didn't hear there was something so inflammable in the... Wait, that's not about that, right? Preparing to shoot, steady. Please wait, stop, don't shoot. Fire! Ah! Our bodies were promptly blown away and hit the ground. We didn't understand what happened for a moment. A high-pitched tinnitus violently reverberated within my skull, and an overwhelming dizziness distanced me from my consciousness. My throat and nasal passage felt irritated from the suspended dust particles and smoldered air. Spitting out the crunchy debris from my mouth, I dragged my beaten body up into a stance and faced forward, looking ahead of me. The school's gone. There were many police officers scattered on the ground, groaning from the impact. A voice of agony filled the air next to me, and as I faced it, it turned out to be the detective I'd been talking to just now. Ugh. His entire body was covered in dirt and debris, and he was bleeding from his head. As I began to sit down in concern for him, I remembered Mion and Rena's safety. And there's the school. And then I turned towards the direction of the school. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What stood before me was a disordered conglomerate of wood, bricks, and distorted articles mixed in, crudely resembling an enormous camping bonfire. The flames that had risen up in between the mass burned so high they seemed to reach into the evening twilight. Even from this faraway distance, I could perceive the heat and scorching smell. This No, this had to be a dream. This couldn't be our school. This wasn't even a school in the first place. I staggered over. Fumbling forward with my useless legs, I walked over to that monstrosity. And before me, amidst the crumbled remains of timber, I discovered a face I recognized and drew a breath before I rushed over. Mion's eyes were wide open, facing my way with her right arm raised. Her mouth was slightly open, she probably couldn't speak. Thank God, Mion! I had to get her out here first. Thinking that, I grasped that right arm. It felt light, there was no resistance, and from within the rubble, it came out. And then a small mass rolled over and touched my feet. Mion's head had come apart from her body. Wow, it's loading the text really slow there. Oh, that was a sudden end. A sudden and grim end. And that is the bad end. Rena blows up the school. I'm not sure what actually changed there. But alright, bad end, guys. Rena kills everyone. So, if you're curious how the bad end that's written for the console version goes, I guess there's your answer. It goes very poorly. Very, very poorly. Let's see this good end. Nothing's gonna happen at all. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. We hope. Alright. I'll send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it. You never know what's gonna happen. Can we capture her by force if she does? Okay, we're in with this scene. I don't want you to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops. We're gonna give Rena to them after we find her. If we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about using face. I just feel sorry for Rena. Okay, so we're back at the phone call. She's calling her dudes to check out the clinic. Okay, I really want to sell this calmly if possible. Well, she's still young. As long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize and everything will be fine. Well, she might be out of our hands. I mean, as long as they don't find about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody cares about the disappearance of those two anyway. People think they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. She's fine, don't worry about it. She's out? She's safe? What? Are we playing baseball now? Anyway, please be careful. Will too. So it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes, you gotta get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie looking at me. Yep. No wonder she could hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie put her spoon down and with a sad look asked the following. Were you talking about Ryuku? Yes. So Nozaki, do you know where Ryuku ran away from home? You're close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation but me and Kei-chan. Most of them thought that Rena ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss. He stupidly believed the scrapbooks, that is Ushi, were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find her. This part's been the same so far. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council phone directory to find her. And the people in the village thought Rena did something seriously wrong and were trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was a story to retrieve her honor after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. We've seen that. Funny image, but it's not as funny the second time. Ushi misunderstood something big time. He thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Ushi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I have to do is not make a big deal about the situation and create an environment that allows Rena to forget everything that happened to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything's fine, Chie-sensei. Rena's a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe Rena did something wrong and she's gonna run from the police, do you? Of course not, but making her family worried, that's not a good thing either. She had a fight with her father. She ran from home for a little while. She acted childish, that's all. Maybe that's the best story. What if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about? I must be a bad teacher. I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with her before this happened. Chie, you're taking this too seriously. Relax. It's normal for young kids to run away from home for a while. What am I going to do if Ryuga becomes a bad kid and does bad things? I love this visualization. Her horrific imagination is great. Ryuga becomes a bad kid. He does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's our teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. Truly a horrific chain of events. It's the worst possible reality. And then I'm dead. Right? She can't eat curry anymore, therefore she dies. Follows. All she eats is curry. If she doesn't eat curry, then she dies, right? Oh no. Oh no, no. Chie seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I left her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang. Hello? Is this the branch school? Chie seemed to answer the phone call. Oh, she had to answer it all day because the principal was away on a business trip. I exited the hallway. Exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Oh, where are you right now? But I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school? I tried to go back inside, but she had gestured at me not to come in. She acknowledged what Rena was saying and then looked at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher. You promised me, alright? She only said that, put up the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker, right? Repeating the same thing. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going for a while. Please have everyone study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious she was going to see Rena somewhere. Chie, was it Rena? That's all. Charge of the class, okay? She ignored me and ran out into the schoolyard. She ran to the schoolyard, getting into her car. The moment the car left through the gate, I ran into the schoolyard myself. All right, so it's following the same pattern so far. I headed for the black car, parked near the gate, and knocked on the window. How you doing, my lady? Everything quiet so far? I know, follow that car that just left. I think she's gonna meet Rena. Understood. And it's paranoid. Be careful. Okay, I'm gonna like scan a little bit ahead. Because it seems like it's the same. Rena must have told Chie. Yeah, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. Oh, hold up. The car made a rough U-turn on the road. She has Chie Sensei's car at full speed. Okay, so the difference here is Kei-chan hasn't shown up. You notice this? So, the car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and chased after Chie Sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone, and I could only pray this will be settled calmly. Hey, pay attention, everyone. We need to study by ourselves for the rest of class today, okay? Get back to your desks and study quietly. Self-studying? Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. And it just called. What? Really? Yeah, she called the teacher's office. I think Chie said they went to meet with Rena. Rena, I wonder what she's going to do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Chie Sensei's car. I feel bad for Rena, but we're going to capture her there by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So if they catch her, is everything going to be over? Yeah, we'll send her to a hospital. If a doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find a typical kind of disease or something. He'll be like obsessive psychosomatic disorder or something like that. Anyway. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie there. Problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I'm sure Mion would take good care of her, and in the end, everyone would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over, but that didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie. It was hard to explain, but there's something wrong. I wasn't saying they didn't get along. Rena's a good student, so Chie had a good relationship with her. I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena. She's got an axe. Actually, it looks this looks vaguely like someone made like a giant chef. No, it's an Urukai scimitar with a handle. That's what it is. It's a wooden handle. Look at it. Look. It's got like the flat edge at the top, so it can't be used for stabbing. But it's got like the hook tip on it and a single-edged blade. Urukai scimitar, my friend. It's 20 years early, but she's a Lord of the Rings fan. Rena. Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie couldn't make everyone go quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. And in her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. That is not what I'd describe. I'd call it a fucking scimitar, man. It was the same one as she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood Rena had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desks to the sides. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one smiling, and it was terrifying. Me-chan, you're the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Rena, what are you doing? Bam. A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk hard with the hatchet. No one's actually been injured yet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. She broke it. She is gonna be mad when she gets back. Oh, wait, that's not the problem. Wait, what the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, Mii-chan. I'm gonna ask Keiichi-kun then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi? I can trust you, can't I? Rena, your eyes, you look scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. What, wouldn't you be scared of insanity because it's something that could happen to you too? Anyway, as an example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves, but you hope that the thief has feelings too and he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals. But we can't expect goodwill from someone who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife, you beg him not to hurt you. You expect him to listen and show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you. Or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. And that's insanity. I mean, I wouldn't say that's why you're scared of Crazy Heel, but that's okay. We all have different fears. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could. Everyone understood that fear instinctively. I don't know. I feel like I guess we just don't like insanity for different reasons. Keiichi, make them move the desk to make room in the middle. Okay, everyone, let's do as Rena says. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at the moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. And when she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. Everyone went quiet while pushing the desks against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying we're too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Oh god, she's scraping the... Oh god, the real torture begins. Can you imagine? She takes like a sword and just drags it. She takes that scimitar and just drags the tip along the blackboard, making that horrible screeching sound. I'm not even going to try to imitate it. You know that sound. Nails on a chalkboard, my friend. Nails on a chalkboard. You're already cringing. You don't even need to hear the sound. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing we looked at the most in school. Keiichi, can you get the jump ropes out from the locker? Use them to tie our classmates up. I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them very well. I'll check them one by one if you tie them well enough. Find the ropes loose, I kill the person, so you better tie them really well. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill, but when Rena said she'd kill us, it sounded frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. Yeah, the painful sound. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time someone refused her request. Get rid of? Why do we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there's about 20 students in the class. It was a bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everyone's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you on the floor. Keiichi, tie their hands behind their backs. Tie them tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everyone was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. There were enough people here to overpower her. If we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. She'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure someone would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it's over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, we'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes she wasn't going to go easy on us either. If someone showed defiance, she'd break their head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent the bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve this situation without bloodshed, with Mion's influence, we might be able to pretend it never happened. At least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Well, let's do as Rena says. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. That's an interesting comment on insanity. The best thing to do at the time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desks. I stood frozen in the middle of it all. Keiichi, there's many things I want you to help me with. Hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. Sorry, everyone. Keiichi's gonna save you. Nobody's gonna die. Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she's just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances, but it wasn't gonna be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena's alone, there's a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up before Chie came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie had a strong sense of justice. If Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who'd risk her life for her students, and Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of her. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. But there was risk there, as Chie was a grown woman. She probably thought attacking directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option is to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie and told her she wanted to talk to her in private to lure her somewhere. Most people, including Chie, thought Rena was running away from home. So Chie must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It's too easy to deceive her. But where did she make that phone call from? Ah, we've read this scene. Not in the school, probably the forestry service. Up top? Yep. Let's see, she knew that. She was hiding there. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, making Chie leave. It's not a coincidence the principal was on a business trip. She probably snuck into the school yesterday, saw his schedule, and learned to call the phone on the first floor from the second. Yep. I'm scanning through that because we already read it. She planned it perfectly. She's insane, but she was actually really calm. You still think fast. I knew that because I've been through the same thing. But Mion's bodyguards, they're gone. Mion told him to follow Chie because she thought Chie was meaning Rena. Everything seemed to be working out in her favor. Damn it. I'm done. I tied up the last person and looked at Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up tightly, Rena would kill them, but when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. Saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone who stood up, and one more person randomly to set an example. Not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, add 10 to his student number, and kill that person too. Say Okumura. I'll kill him and Watanabe, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing two of you at the same time. You better remember that if you involve another person's life beside your own when you attempt to stand against me. Good plan. Yes, hot mommy teacher. She's out of the picture. Sorry. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you die. But if you're responsible for someone else, you can't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions. Okay, everyone's tied up nice and tight. You said you aren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi. should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It's too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of a bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what are you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this come from behind victory you're talking about. Okonomiya PS to Okonomiya police station to all vehicles. Okonomiya police station to all vehicles. A hostage situation is broken up at the Forestry Service Building. There are multiple hostages. All vehicles head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. And here we go. Yuma-chan, sorry I'm late. What's going on? Alright. Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizawa Branch School's classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the branch school's property and secure a hotline to us. Willing to negotiate from the start. What's going on? Suspect is asking for you, Uishi. It's Rena Ryugu. Ryugu-san. Very well. We're inseparable. I'll deal with her until the end. Uishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. Curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told you about this? Rena Ryugu declared it herself. We don't know what's going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Rena, and she left the classroom before the incident took place. Well planned, huh? Anyone from the Forestry Service taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. The number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus the suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Rena? No, we've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two more of them, though. Well, maybe she really is doing it by herself. Rena was a true believer in Mio Takana's scrapbooks. According to them, the entire village was Rena's army. She didn't have anyone she could trust, but Uishi also believed in Takano's delusion at one point. It was possible someone who was influenced in the same way was following Rena. Uishi, the principal and teacher are here. Chia, hello, Chia-sensei. Are you okay? Uishi ran up to Chia, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her. Rena's a good girl. For her to do something like this, it has to be a mistake. If I were to do this by the book, I'd ask about Ryugu-san's recent behavior, but when it comes to Ryugu, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie was huddled over and Uishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was strong and tried to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Uishi, please, if possible, request to be a hostage myself. I'll take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate if you cooperated. Bonchi-kun, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takasugi's on the radio. Hello, this is Uishi. Uishi, how go things? Good guy informed me of the situation. Suspect underage, huh? Keep it strict control in the press. Understood. Suspect is requesting me as negotiator. Is that okay? You've known Rena since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks you're her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. I really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I have to do this for me. This is a new line. This is a new line. Uishi-san. Rena Ryugu's on the car phone. Well, that was faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thanks. Hello, this is Uishi. Uishi-san, this is Ryugu. Hello, this is Uishi. Is the signal weak on your car phone? It's kind of hard to hear. Just like me, it's getting old. Uishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. Check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay, shoot. You're my ally, aren't you, Uishi? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together, you and me. Uishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Uishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? You do now, right? Keiichi was sitting on the floor facing away from me with his head resting in his hands. We're comrades now, huh? Huh? That's right. Rena Ryugu asked Keiichi, my bar, if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? My bar is your ally too, huh? That's nice. Weren't you suspicious of my bar-san for a while? Yeah. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past to grow. That's very good. You're absolutely right about that. That's why we forgave each other, so I don't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi's my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi's my ally too, isn't he? Say hello to him for me. I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? Conversation stopped suddenly. It made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure. Here he is. Keiichi-kun, Uishi-san wants to talk with you. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello? This is my bar. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders. Hello, my bar-san. This is Uishi from Okinomiya Police Station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What's Ryugu-san doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. My bar-san, please say yes if your answer is yes, and yeah if your answer is no. Do you know what Ryugu-san wants? Yeah. That answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maibara wasn't Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Rena Ryugu's ally? Now let me change my question. Are you being threatened by Rena Ryugu? Yes. And there you go. The other guy in the car listening on our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Rena Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she's the only suspect, we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. Got work tomorrow. Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh, I do too. Take care. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line. See? Keiichi's my ally, isn't he? You were right. It's very promising. Now it's your turn to talk, Uishi. How are the simultaneous raids of the Sonosaki family going? Remember, you promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have you found the secret facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't. Maybe she was testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the provincial police as well as public safety. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Uishi, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishimon's in right now? What are you doing? Uishi, you believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Answer me. Of course I am, but the police department's a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. The thing is, this is on a really big scale. Uishi-san. They poisoned me recently. With the parasites that killed Tomitake. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw at my throat and die at any moment. You're telling me you're still preparing? I knew it. Uishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. I was already feeling itchy all over my body and bound to soon die the same way as Tomitake. I'm sorry, I really am doing my best. But everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Mio's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I'd need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Uishi, so I kept them with me, but I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow. Right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay, I'll give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the police. That should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio's scrapbooks were in there. As our last resort. Uishi, do your best. No. You must take care of it, please. Of course, trust me. I'll expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They're an organization after all. That's why I'm doing this to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So, how should we do this? You want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could only guess where Rena was going to take this, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed her a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom. I'll have Keiichi-kun deliver them to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family knows about what's going on here. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this. They might come to shut you up. Shut me up? Do you mean? By shooting you. A hitman from the Sonozaki is may try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you peeking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They might fire at any time. Wait a minute. Are the policemen around? Can you stop that from happening? We would if we could, but it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters or further. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life is to end tomorrow, I can't end it. Right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. Phone conversation ended. Rena was going to let Keiichi Maibara deliver the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote on the memo already? Yeah, we got it. You think it'll work? I scared her. I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'd still have her eyes open, though. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Okay, Keiichi-kun. Here are the scrapbooks. The contents are very important. They're proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy. And the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Uishi, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. You do something you aren't supposed to, I'll be angry. Rena took out a couple old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me, and then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion.
Hello there.
Hello there. I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan. I'll tell you all about what a scary conspiracy your family's planning. Or maybe you already know. Huh? Anyway, go on, Keiichi-kun. Just go halfway out into the schoolyard. Don't say anything. You're just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk. If you do... If it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler, but what should I use instead? Okay, I won't say a word, but put your hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Like, trust me. Okay? You're right. I trust you. Don't betray me, okay? Did I see some big damage? I did. That was impressive. Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this stage, she knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. And therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That's why she didn't tie me up. Alright, I'll go. I'll be right back. Okay. I walked past my friends lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, some were sure I'd use the opportunity to run, and some were scared they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure nobody dies. I have to make sure Rena doesn't get angry. I just wait for the right moment. I went to the school entrance and changed my shoes, unlocking the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin, saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me, and as soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena. If I ran off into the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing wasn't my safety, it was to make sure that Rena doesn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. It's probably Uishi. Are you Keiichi? Well, hello, I'm Uishi. Call me Kura-chan. Sorry, Rena told me not to talk and give these to you. Please take them in silence. Understood. These are the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks, but he stepped aside a little. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them at that time, and at that point he put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. Don't worry. Even if Ryugu's watching, that building's behind you. She couldn't have seen that. Oh, what's this? I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want her to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you too. On your way back to the classroom, read it without Ryugu noticing. Go on now. Don't get suspicious. I followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed, but that didn't mean she wasn't peeking through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause trouble. She was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She's alone, so if she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run, right? They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance was Rena's blind spot, and as I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Uishi put into my pocket. A radio with an earpiece? and something else that looked like a short police baton. There was a folded piece of paper. I opened it and saw a note. Dear my Bara, hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held the button down and gas poured it from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, it required some caution, but it's small enough to fit inside my hand. It's reassuring I could hide it so easily. In other words, it's possible for me to stop Rena now. As I realized my classmate's face rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat on my face. The memo continued. The spray is for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing, for 30 minutes it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget that there's a possibility your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Fair enough. I was thinking like he probably doesn't want. He probably wouldn't give him a loaded gun, right? Just handing out a loaded gun to a 14-year-old seems like a bad idea. But yeah, this might work. It's small enough. Was he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they're liable. While he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt dizzy, perhaps because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans, they're so strange. Shit, what am I gonna do now? Okay, this is quite intense. I mean, I assume I'm assuming like 1 or 2 people die. I'm trying to figure out, does Rena die? Does Keiichi die? Possibly Keiichi. Just Keiichi? What am I gonna do? What should I do, Keiichi? Do I want to fight with Rena? I'm thinking like Keiichi might die or something like that. And then everyone else lives or something on the good ending. Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches 1 meter. 1 meter? That's basically hand to hand. I meant to have one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for face. That's not easy. Shit. Besides, Rena's cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I have to do if I had any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I did. And of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology wouldn't be enough. But at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated she'd get. She might demand something again. She might kill someone this time to show how serious she is. Bad things had already taken place, but tragedy hadn't occurred yet. It was almost here, though. Alright. He attack, he protect, but most importantly, he spray? Yeah. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. It's all about the axe, and she's got the axe. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena, well, she still wouldn't realize she's being delusional. She'd rip out her own throat and die. That'd be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she'd remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. I felt dizzy. This is a long hallway. I didn't know what the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight her became stronger. She'd be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi. Did Uishi say anything? What's this smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. Wait a minute. Red gas containers are made of plastic. Get out of here. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. It wasn't just in the classroom, though. The classmates were soaked in gasoline, too. How could she? They were metal back in the day? Really? Oh, I see. This is just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she'd burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Rena, what do you think you're doing? Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue everyone either. I hope this will all just end as a joke. Rena shut off the lighter, obviously trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is apparently very delicate. Even if 30% of a person's skin is burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I have been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she attacked. I don't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Ooh, Zippos. Very nice. Damn. She's not cheaping out. She's got a nice lighter. Instead of like the cheap kind that you have to like flick and hold. All she has to do is light it and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort, which she gave me, had already lost all of its power. What do you mean insurance? With those scrapbooks, Ueshi will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy, right? You really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know what government people don't move nearly quickly enough. Rena was thinking if she didn't see progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Ueshi for now. We should wait to hear from him, okay? Right, okay. Let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites became harmless with the passage of time, but some people didn't like that. Those people were the 3 families of Hinamizawa, and therefore they're... Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano. I started mumbling so I could let Ueshi know what's going on. What a smell. Scattering a whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but it was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Ueshi could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me. It'd be nice if I heard a car honk. Kuma-chan, honk the horn! Kuma honked once. Gasoline, huh? Shit. That explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Okay, we got gas. Kuma, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank, right? Probably, I'm not sure. Tomiyama-kun, is there still someone from the forestry service here? Could you get him? I see, those cans have gasoline written on them. The plastic kerosene cans have kerosene written on them? Yeah, we don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is flammable and can be lit with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. And those are called carrying cans. What Mabara saying, all's gasoline is really gasoline. Are there different sized carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are flat in shape, yeah. Yeah? Yes. It's red and flat with a handle. Ichi called it a portable tank. Do you think it's the 18-liter? If he called it portable, he's not familiar with the shape. Either way, if it's really gasoline, that's dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. But what's a bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. And gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the space. The classroom would become a bomb itself. Kuma, do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No. I know gasoline fumes are dangerous. I don't know any more than that. To prepare for the worst case scenario, I want to find out the difference in scale between an 18-liter and a 5-liter. Ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from forensics is still there? Oh, I've heard what's going on. The criminal requested... You? Oh, kaboom, Richie Patsura. Uradora on top of that too. What? This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about the 4th class hazardous materials? 4th class? Yeah. If we had everyone here, we know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Apparently the suspect spread gasoline through the classroom. We don't know if it's from 18 or 5-liter cans. Can you tell me the worst case scenario? How big's the classroom? 50 square meters. The room is closed? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. That's not good, Ueshi. I had a feeling. The classroom will explode. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? No, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is enough to blow up an 8x8 meter room. policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. They said 50 meters. 8 by 8 is 64. 8 by 8 meant a room that was 64 square meters. 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters are scattered in a 50 square meter room. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18 liter? Let's see, put in your words. The dealer's hand is Richi, Apatsu, Pinfu, Tanyo, Aka Aka, and Dora Dora. Ya fucked. What do you mean? The buy from the dealer. 24,000 points. The base distribution is 25,000. There'll be 1,000 point stick left. Something like that. There might be 1 pillar if you're lucky. I don't want that kind of Richi. You should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You need to have them deal with it after the incident's taken care of. I heard this through the bug. If a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have them ready where she can't see them. Good call. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? I had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. I gave him a bug. That's how I found out about gasoline. That's not good. There have been incidents where sparks from electronic devices set gasoline on fire. You know gasoline's flash point's 300 degrees. Even static electricity can cause an explosion. Gotta be kidding me. Why is such a dangerous liquid available to everybody? How do I know? Tell the fire laws at automobile companies. It's June, the air isn't that dry, but to be on the safe side, tell them to turn the listening device off. Uishi, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means even if my borrower uses the pepper spray, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. And we can't even use the bug anymore? God damn. Uishi, a lighter is really bad. Don't let her play with it. Suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much she spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. Ushi's back was covered with a cold sweat. Oh, this is wasting gasoline in this economy. She's taking 25 people hostages. Think of it this way. If she kills 25 people with this can of gasoline, how much gas will she save over their theoretical lifetime? They'll live 50 years, probably easily consume at least 10 tanks of gasoline. She's being incredibly efficient. She's being as green as humanly possible. By potentially murdering children. I mean, it's green, right? They consume less resources, therefore it's greener. They're producing less. They're producing less greenhouse gases. It's all good. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline's more dangerous once it evaporates, and therefore a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are completely different levels. Anakin approves, but not the burn. Yeah, he probably doesn't like fire. Probably about as much as he likes sand. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know, but a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is because, well, it's too familiar. "25 hostages and 1 hostage taker, all 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. Worse, those are metal railings. Those are metal window. The frames of windows are metal. If you were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end." All the people around Uishi went pale. The classroom might explode at any minute. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion and her requests were something so unreal. And remember, bullets are metal and can ricochet, creating sparks. So you can't just like fire a bullet through the window. Yeah, the criminal's living in her own delusion. Her requests are so unreal. Excuse me, I found a letter in the scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Uishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. "Dear Uishi, if you're reading this, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator. Please pretend to be threatened to become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family." Aliens? I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought this up. The aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you'll understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onikafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding ground, and through that selective breeding, widened their domain. They were successful, and they're trying to invade the Earth. The heck is this? All the policemen frowned at the letter. Not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks. They're full of stranger stuff. Personally, I like the one about Aussie the best. The Novaki family, as well as the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. Erie Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation. Expose their secret. Check out the bottom of the swamp. UFO must still be there. Capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them, but please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a lookalike. That's how they've been controlling the village. There may already be some aliens among the villagers. It's possible they'll try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryuga. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be proof of aliens existing among us. Mio Takano? Why does she think that? Oh, I know. I told her over the phone, according to the result of the autopsy by the lab over in Gifu the day of her death doesn't match up. A mistake on her autopsy results? I told her I didn't know why Mio was witness on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she'd take it like this. Maybe I joked around a little too much? Interesting, she included herself. Did she look into a mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand. Remember? The night we looked for Rena? Somebody said she was seen in Gogura. That must be it. It was probably a bluff from the villagers, and she must have heard it somewhere and assumed there was another version of her walking around. Damn it. Nostradamus, was it? It's just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Rena would probably blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with this crazy shit so that once she's caught, she can use insanity in court. No, it's not about that. She really does believe this crazy shit. Just from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes these stupid scrapbooks. Oh, another letter. Let's see. Man, I was thinking of stopping because it's getting long, but this is good. P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake. I've been scratching my throat since then. I'll probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the Erie Clinic, please bring it to me. That's something. If she believes the alien stories, maybe we can trick her with an antidote. You may not find the antidote. It might be too late by the time you do. Considering the time I have left, I'll set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7, I'll choose to die with the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7. We have an hour. It might explode before that. Shit. What can we do? The heck is she talking about? Alien invasion? She's trying to take the hostages with her? That's insane. Absolutely insane. We can't negotiate with her normally now. Especially when she thinks she's absolutely sane. Wishi, look what comes next. What? I'm planning to spread gasoline through the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous it is. If anyone suggests storming the plume, please tell them how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. If those alien policemen rush in and kill me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you try cutting them, you might create sparks. You need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it'll take a long time to rescue those hostages. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. Rip the tip off its plug so it'll create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by then, it'll explode too. Sorry to ask you, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Let the three families know that Mion, successor to the head of the family, and Rika, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro, are in here. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion will happen soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Uishi-san. Rena Ryuga. Uishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. God damn it, how could she call me her ally? Is a kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances don't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity at a set time so the appliance will come on when you want it to. Convenient. convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb. Using a kitchen timer, that sure is something a girl would come up with. Why don't we call the electric company and turn the electricity off? If there's no power, the timer can't go off. Won't work. If the classroom becomes dark, she lights her lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote? We'd have to take effect slowly. I'm sure she'll have a hostage. Try it first. Be very careful. Understood. I'll get one ready. I need to talk to my borrower one more time. I have to tell him not to let Rena play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? Suspects abusing a hostage. Shit. I think it's Mion. Stop it, Rena. Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi-kun, you promised you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry. Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I'm only feeling a little bit sad for Mion, considering how much suffering she inflicts on people, but, you know. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she'd easily cut Mion's arm off. What I can't forgive is you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police! I trusted you! I trusted you! Well, this isn't going well. Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was tied to a window frame with a bike lock. There was no way Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut up or if her nose were bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. I'm assuming he, like, unplugs the fucking thing. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet. Every time she got hit with it, more blood was speared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the family, Mion couldn't say she hid the bodies. So all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rena. Haven't you done enough? I'll tell you the truth. Rena, please stop hitting her. The truth? What is it, Keiichi-kun? You can't. Everyone, don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong, so don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please? What are you gonna tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun. It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found out afterwards the place you buried the body was going to be clear-cut this summer, so we thought we had to do something, and Mion hid them in a safer place. You told me the same story, dude? Didn't I tell you it was something Michan made up? Why would she lie? She wants to help her friend. Mion did it to help you, man. I'm firing rods of God into the building. Everyone's gonna die anyway. Why not, I guess? That's a lie. I won't believe it. Why'd you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion even have to tell her? Ian was trying to be delicate. And you're cheering for the axe? You're cheering someone gets the axe? I mean, they're getting the handle of the axe real good. Real good right now. Ian was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end and why she did it in secret. Rena didn't want to believe her, though. That's not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Michan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities, but this, I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Dude, stop. Don't hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Wait, haven't we already stated that? Is it true, Michan? If so, why didn't you tell me? Can't you understand Mion's position? She has to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozakis. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she's done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me. That's right, Keiichi-kun. Michan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozakis. She sold out her friend. As her friend, I really liked her. That was mean, Michan. I really did like you so much, so why? Why could you? What? This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she's the one doing the bullying. Normally that would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you, I trusted you, and as I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, and yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop. Rena, don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I think she noticed that. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you. But it's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize, even a sensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize for sure, and that's when you'll feel sadder, Rena. You'll remember this bloody Mion one day, and you'll realize you were the one who made her bloody, and you'll regret it. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There's no way for Rena to understand or realize it. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was the exact same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. And where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how this story ended. I couldn't come on stage. Stop, Rena. Stop. Are you crying? What's wrong, Keiichi-kun? I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena, just like what Rena did for me before with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop, but if you don't, you'll regret it one day. Please stop. Keiichi, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Rena's eyes went cold, then she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Keiichi. I'm okay. Mion told me, with such a bloody face. How could you be? Are you gonna hit me? That hatchet? If you come any closer. I will. Without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi-kun. But I want to be with you until the end, so please don't make me mad, okay? Okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares? If you were in my shoes, what do you think you'd do? Of course, I don't want to die. I wouldn't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I'd be scared. That's a lie. I know you're strong enough to give your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. It's my turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give up my life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you, so stop this. If you trust your friends, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody's trying to scare you. We're all thinking about you. Don't doubt it. Please believe it. Trust me. You can come to trust me by smashing my head in. Go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. I won't try to protect myself. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll light this place up. Brandon lifted the lighter overhead. You fool. How long are you going to dream about such crazy things? You already know yourself, don't you? It's all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up, and I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares. You're the one who has to wake up, Keiichi. Can't you believe those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then? Are you doubting me again? Can't you trust me? Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. She was prepared to die along with everyone else. She would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy, cursing everything in the world. It was the storyline of this tragedy, right? A theater from hell? An interesting script, though. Who wrote it? Ah, shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiji Maibara, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. Yes, we would be bored if it was the same story. Let's see if we got some changes. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Rena. Just trust me. Shut up and trust me. It's all for your own sake. As the main character of the previous tragedy, I tell you this. Shut up and listen to me. What are you talking about, Keiichi? Shut up and trust you? You're the one who doesn't trust me. Why would you believe me? Shut up! I know you're wrong. I know how you'll end up, so I know you're going to regret this in the future. I don't want you to finish your life without realizing what you've done. You just don't know how sad this is yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you okay, Keiichi? I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named Keiichi Maibara. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends, but one day he started doubting them, and after a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened? That I beat you and Mion with a metal bat to the point of death? But you begged me to trust you until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me until your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing and beat you to death anyway. You know how sinful that was? I bet you have no idea, and that's why I have to make up for what I've done. I'm gonna stop you, Rena. Come any closer, I'll light the lighter. Just as your friend tried to save me with your life, I'm gonna save you, Rena. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him, she thought. The next words will make Keiichi realize. Trust me, Rena. That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. To be fair, he is literally operating on a timer. If he's operating on a timer, if they don't open the window, like, everyone dies. So at least he's rushing this. I felt blood on my face. Poor Keiichi. That's not of your own will. The parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Ishi will find the medicine for it. When he comes, I'll let you take it first. You'll be free. You'll return to the Keiichi I once loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer. Damn you. I heard a phone ring in the office. Rena listened to the phone ring and realized it was for her. She tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the office instead. Go to the office. Don't run. If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to Mi-chan. Okay? She glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did she want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear. Can you hear me? This is Kuma Guy from Okonomiya Station. Please cough if you can hear me. Very good. Please listen carefully. The gasoline suspect spread everywhere is very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now, like a bomb. Don't aggravate Ryugu, and don't ever let her play with the lighter. Don't provoke her anymore, just like you did, okay? This bug is awful. It's possible for the gasoline fumes to ignite the slightest spark. Therefore, please turn the bug off after this communication. Just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's note, she said a time bomb. A time bomb? Use a kitchen timer to make a simple time bomb and the classroom will explode if it goes off. We're trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give her an antidote, but we don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. I looked at the wall clock. It's 6:45. There was only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone. The time has already been set. Hurry up, Uishi. I won't wait even a second longer. As you can hear, Rena is refusing to reset the timer. She's gonna kill herself in 15 minutes. I remembered thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she'd been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? The sleeping pills should arrive soon, but if an explosion took place before we could negotiate, there'd be no point. We want you to find the time bomb and disassemble it. You mean cutting red and blue cords like in the movies? It's probably simpler. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. It's not a battery-operated one. It's one of those ones you plug in, like an alarm clock. You see a thing in an outlet in a classroom? There was one outlet in the back, another in the front. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in. I don't see anything. If an ignition was taking place elsewhere, it shouldn't work. It must be in the classroom. I don't think so. The only cord coming from the hallway is the one for Rena's phone. Is it possible the kitchen timer's battery-operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Could it possibly be in another room? Ada, indeed. Could it be in another room? If it was a different room where she spread gasoline, the timer could be in there. You telling me to check the whole school in 15 minutes? I'm injured here, you know? If I stayed there, I'd die in 15 minutes. There wasn't time to be pessimistic. It was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbooks. She must have done it in a short time. I didn't really think she had enough time to spread it anywhere other than the classroom. Where was the bomb? We're doing everything we can here. Please help us. That's all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end it now. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Wait, yes. One thing. What is it? Tell Uishi. He should never have told Rena about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'm punching him, so he better be prepared. Wait, 2 punches. One for telling Rena, and another for telling me about Rena. Understood. Uishi is disappointed in himself for letting her fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that it? Yeah. I've already wasted a few minutes. See ya. Be safe. Click. Rena was still on the phone. We have a minute. Uishi was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he's telling her they investigated the main Sonozaki residence, finding something awful in their secret basement or something. If he went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was gonna get hit again for lying. Keiichi. Rika and Satoko crawled up to me. Did you hear? Crabs are my specialty. I can't let Rena do this to me. Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Satoko, if you died, please don't hate Rena. Rena's sick. A little bit sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember? We had so much fun together. Satoko, I still believe both you and Rena are my wonderful friends. How can you still say she's your friend after what she's done to Mion? Can't you understand, Satoko? Once a demon starts acting up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you just can't stop it. Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika was trying to say to Satoko, but maybe... I believe in Rena-san. There you go, Satoko. I hugged Satoko's head. Rika's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise. No head pats. Okay then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you want to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Oh, count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, right? Right. But it could be somewhere other than this room. It's possible she spread gasoline over a different room and set the timer there. I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. It was about all the time she had. Rena told me last night she had to prepare something for today. That means she had things ready since then, at least. Those are all the hints I get, huh? What a cruel minds we've been getting. You can find it, Satoko. If you can't, there's no way I can. I'm wagering all my trust in you. You can do it, Satoko. In order to save Rena, please save. Please find it. In that case, very well. I shall prove Rena's trap is child's play compared to one of my own. I'm gonna ask you one more time. If you blow up this room, where do you put the time bomb? Satoko grinned and closed her eyes to concentrate. Where's our trap master say? Where's the trap master say? Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars arrived producing several men. They weren't from the Okonomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again, Utaka from the prefectural headquarters. Watch your mouth. I'm here ranked here much higher than you. Don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something, Utaka? I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Who approved that? I did, Uishi. Takasugi has informed me of the situation. He also told me you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. Utaka, you can't storm the building. You're I understand the risk. We don't have time left before the bomb goes off. You've taken too long. We're here to take care of this mess you left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the headquarters gave me an order. Who the heck is he? That's Utaka. A long time ago, he's showing off, even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge from when I knocked him unconscious in the kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Uishi. You serious about storming the school? We were about to settle this peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? Too late for that. If we had another hour, that'd be possible. Instead, a special unit from Prefectural Police Department will move in. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what's going on. That classroom itself is a huge bomb. Even the classroom isn't the bomb we're scared of. It's the suspect, Rena. We finally calmed her down and found a way to sell this peacefully. We're about to start that operation. I know we only have about 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up. Then you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Uishi. The special unit isn't just any special unit. You've heard of Second Company, haven't you? Oh, we're going this again. Alright. What's that, Uishi? Is this Second Company that well known? Do you remember about 5 years ago? JRA hijacked the plane. Yeah, okay. We've read this before. They really do exist. Why would a special unit from here, Osaka, be here? We happen to be holding a training session. We requested their help. You have a bad tendency to escalate quickly. The company members exited the vehicles and took position. They didn't move like policemen. Utaka, are you really going to have a gunfight here? One shot is all it takes to trigger an explosion. Oh, don't worry. They won't use firearms. We're using riot shields, riot guns. They send out tear gas at high pressures. We no issue with explosions. They're metal canisters, by the way. That toy reached the classroom from across the schoolyard? Oh, don't worry about that. You just move over and let us do our job. As I lifted my arms exaggerate, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get Keishi's attention? Of course. I hope you heard it. What are you going to tell him now? They're probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no idea how serious Rena is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window break could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special unit can't stop her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Rena's been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid won't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have my bar now. Wait, Ushi. Here it is. This is Ushi. If you can hear me, please cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it's not good news. Unfortunately, you're right. The Prefectural Police are getting involved. They're going to ruin everything we've worked for so far. There's a special unit about to break in. I haven't used my pepper sprays because I won't stop her from igniting the gas. Our raid's not going to work. They don't understand she's prepared to die. They're assuming the lighter's a threat. She isn't really going to ignite it. They'll break in 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Rena before they move in. Is that in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yep. Gotta be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Rena and do something about the time bomb within 5 minutes? Come the fuck on. You're the one we can count. You're the only one we can count on. Please, I'm begging you. Oh, is it Satoko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor. And check whether it's there or not. Knowing Rena's patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there. If it's the second pattern, it would be there. I have to check and see if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor. It should be there. If Rena's in the normal state of mind, I know for certain. With her being like this, I really can't figure out her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. I don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options myself. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. Well, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to change everything. And then I'll make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens. What is it? What's the matter, Keiichi-kun? Didn't you hear something just now? Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it. Really? Are you sure, Keiichi? Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. In that case, you'd have me check it for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing. Keiichi-kun, can you go check? She gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, sure. Rena watched me go out into the hallway, and as I did, she spoke to me. Don't make me angry, okay? Trust me, I'm your friend. I trust you, so don't betray me, okay? After being freed from Rena, I looked for the cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Where are the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? Don't worry, Keiichi will find it. Rena would, if I were Rena. If Rena was even more mistrusting than usual, where would she set the trap? A trap actually, like, ought to be able to discern that. Oh no, oh no. What's this? I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk. I also saw a cord extending out of the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord would be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tipped over to the reception room and opened the door. Door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the room and I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room, extending under the door into the hallway. I followed it through the reception room, opening the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. It was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. The time bomb. All I have to do is unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai calling in a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. This wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't an alarm clock use batteries? This alarm clock was battery operated too. I looked at the extension cord, and there was nothing plugged into it. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? No, Keiichi-san, run! Satoko? That's the wrong place! You've been tricked! A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen I was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise that hit the ground. Why did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you? All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. There was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait, Rena. I trusted you, Keiichi-kun. How could you? Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my head wide open. Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying, after all. Wait, praying? What am I praying for? I was praying for my life. What? It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt, and that brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rena. Wait, don't think you can win with mere force? Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika, I could use both my hands to get at the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rena's hand. It hit the hallway and dropped to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment, Rena managed to shake off Rika. There's our chance. I turned in Satoko's direction. Oh boy, a chance to explode. Just what I was looking for, boys. Satoko, time to explode, right guys? After all, who wants to succeed when you could die? Satoko, are you still there? There's no time. There still wasn't any reply from Satoko. If we don't find out where Rena's hidden the incendiary device quickly, we managed to confine her in this space. But finding the device is what's really important. Please, Satoko, you're the one we're counting on. Awesome. It's not like we're having club activities or anything, you know. Rena, who had thrown Rika aside, swung around to face me as she stood up, her eyes glittering in fury. And then with an icy jeer to make my hair stand on end, she raised the hatchet above her head. I'll smash your head in a single strike. Shit. Adrenaline gushing through my veins, I twisted my body to dodge her attack as the hatchet sliced through the air. The hatchet she swung recklessly sunk into the wooden floor with a thunderous roar. This is the bad end, right? Rena retracted as if it were nothing and held it up once more as she snickered. Snickered? Yeah, I'm saying snickered. I'm saying snickered. That seems way safer than whatever that that line. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with snickered. Snickering is way safer than that line. Flashing her red tongue in mirth. I'm like, I said snicker. I'm like, snicker, yes. I read it again. I read snicker, and then I read it again, and I'm like, well, that was close. I'm glad I accidentally misread that. Goodbye, Keiichi-kun. You're free to apologize to me when you have the chance. Ah, fuck. I wasn't supposed to be wasting my time doing this. If I don't hurry up, the explosive device is gonna... Keiichi, we don't have time! And then it was immediately after Satoko's desperate scream. Boom. Bad end, boys. Anything and everything in the world before me disappeared into the void, including myself. And that's the easy bad end. Satoko doesn't find the bomb, and it's GG's. Okay, so for a more accurate ending. Or sorry, the true ending, the original ending, because the bad ends are all, in case anyone's wondering, the bad ends are all added in the console version, I believe. They're new content. I turned in Satoko's direction. Well, Satoko, figure it out! Keiichi, I know, I figured it out! I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something with the time bomb instead. Keiichi, hurry up, go back to Satoko! Rika spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward. What are you doing? Just run! Keiichi, this isn't the first time I've done this for you. Don't you remember? If I tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it. This time you're gonna make it. Go! I didn't know what Rika was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives to their friends, and I was willing to give up mine. Rika was prepared for that too. And therefore telling Rika to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. So I will depend on my friend Rika. Thanks, Rika! Keiichi, we're running out of time. Leaving it to Rika, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's blackened shadow came closer. It's great. Great, this isn't a club activity, you know. You'll be killed for real. You'll be killed by an angry Rena. You're not afraid of me, are you? You're amazing, Rika. Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. Picking it up, she held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave. Rena was even startled by it. You really are amazing. You aren't afraid of being killed at all. Rika smiled cynically. She usually never smiled this way. You really think I'd be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths till now. Why would I be afraid of it, all of a sudden? You aren't Rika, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where's the real Rika? The real Rika? She's right here. Pa? Ah! The way you're looking down on me, that really is like Rika. I get it, Oyashiro's an alien. The Furude family is descended from him. And you're a descendant of aliens. I'll crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. It's all about that hatchet, baby. One swing is all I need to smash you wide open. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. Take inspiration from everyone's favorite unkillable Lancer. We're already taking inspiration from Type Moon properties. Where's your blue bodysuit? She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute's plenty. I'll play with you. Come on, hatchet girl. Do you not get it, Keiichi? All the hits we were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satoko. Explain more slowly. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious. What do you do? Something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly. It'll be hotter in here if we close the windows. We'd been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There's no forestry people in the office. They weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't from anything they were doing. In other words, it's the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready just in case the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Ah, prep time. So where is the smell coming from? Outside? Vaporized gasoline's heavier than air. It stinks. There's another hint other than that. What? Our ball's missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide something, I'd hide something better than that. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was, but it was gone. That must mean Rena used it. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so if it's stuffed somewhere... It's blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal. What? On the roof of the second floor. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, the time bomb must be... I bet she ran an extension cord out to the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika free herself from the rope? I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. I rubbed Satoko's head. It's like, how'd she slip out? She's skinny. Take out the rest here. I'm going up to the roof. They jumped out of the classroom. Satoko stopped me. Here. What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. That's Nini's. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? You got it. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. It was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi, the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were one and the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you who is waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise from the hallway in the teacher's office. I saw Rika rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika, you held out as long as you could. Damn it, if my body were 5 years older. You're next, Keiichi. Ah! I gotta go. Guess I gotta go to the rooftop. How'd you figure it out? How did you? I won't let you get up there. Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Satoko's trap. Wait, what? Wait, Satoko, how did you have prep time already? It's like, we literally run out of the classroom, magically run into a Satoko trap. How is this possible? Satoko's just like, yeah, I'm gonna trap the 2nd floor, fuck it, why not? Like, I did it when I got in. I'm like, I don't know if anyone's ever gonna go to the 2nd floor, but they're gonna get fucking wrecked by some traps. Satoko leaned against the wall, waving her index finger in a mocking gesture. You were pretty good, but you're about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me. Satoko, light years are a unit of distance, not time. Smash. The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oh, Uishi, I did it. I got the lighter. I know where the bomb is. It's on the rooftop in the drain canal. I'm headed there right now. Uishi-san, is that it? Uishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the 2nd floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't notice it until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraint, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Run, everyone, forget about me. That doesn't sound like Mion. Why not act like club president, even in a situation like this? All you have to do as president is give me an order to undo this lock, okay? Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock, restraining Mion. Everyone, open the curtains and windows and run! But Class Prez, what about my Bara? The police will help him. All you need to do is run as fast as possible. Did you unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. Binoculars were trained in the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out into the schoolyard. Uishi pushed Otako aside and grabbed his radio and yelled into it. All units, go, go, go! Secure the hostages. Suspects going to the 2nd floor, running after one of them. What are you doing, Uishi? Give me back the radio. Utaka tried to grab the radio from Uishi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise, and Utaka crumpled to the floor, convulsing. Oops, sorry, I guess my knee hit you in the junk. The classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be careful. You're forbidden from using gas bombs or flares. Do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow. Report unit to HQ. We secured 24 hostages. One's injured. This is the assault unit. We're trying to take control of the 1st floor. We've got a problem. The electrical room's locked. We can't get in. Can't get in? Can't you break down the door? It's located opposite the classroom. The smell of the gasoline's strong here. We might ignite the gas breaking down the door. Waiting for the orders. Okay, we could have just turned the power off. Forget the electrical room. Secure the 2nd floor. Assault unit, roger. Alpha, go, go, go! Alright, Utaka. What were you going to do if you failed to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. This is the problem with rich boys. We'll just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the 1st floor. Uishi-san, that's my Bara. Give me the speaker. My Bara! The clock's plugged into the back room on the 2nd floor. I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me. I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the 2nd floor and get the clock from there. My Bara-san, continue up to the floor of the roof of the 2nd floor. I'll direct you from there. Wish I could see what was going on. Metal bat and a taser. Yeah. Uishi was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me it was on the rooftop of the 2nd floor. She didn't say where exactly. She only said it was the drain canal, but maybe Uishi found it with his binoculars. Put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I never felt so light. I felt like I'd lift myself with 2 or 3 fingers. They keep going. It's at the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there. Well, was that it? It was. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see the suspect on the rooftop at the 1st floor. I wish you could fire. You're using live ammo. It's not tear gas or anything, right? No, it's live. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. My Bara, she's after you. Hurry. I'll be there soon. How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? Just go, go, go. When in doubt, go flat out, right? just go as fast. All right. I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. It was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving. The second hand trying to reach the minute. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I threw it to the ground. Happy birthday to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault Unit HQ. Time bomb's been stopped. Rishi, we did it. We did it. My bar, good job. Keiichi certainly made me nervous. Gotta get so close isn't elegant, you know? Not only policemen, but children who were on their way to ambulances raised their voices in cheer. We see a message from the fire department. The scene's still dangerous. Order all units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone, though? Although the ignition device is gone, it's still extremely dangerous. Lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn it. What about my bar up there? Can he jump off? Uishi, according to the map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Uishi to all units, stop the operation. Fall back immediately, fall back. Alpha here, Roger. Beta, Roger, fall back, fall back. Can you hear me, Oyara? Ryuko-san too. It's too dangerous to stay there. It might explode any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down. A flower bed? I can't see it from here. It didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you'd find it. It's all for nothing. Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started bleeding. Game over, Rena. We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. Maybe because she'd already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though. If this was a board game, you'd have reached the goal and won. But this isn't a game. So it isn't a goal, it's a dead end. You don't give up, do you? Rena, you really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. And you keep believing past that point, too. Face like that won't make me happy now. You ruined everything I had risked my life for, Keiichi-kun. I was simply trying to protect our species from aliens. You ruined it! If humans go extinct, it'll be your fault, Keiichi. It'll be recorded in history. It won't be a history, my friend. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species, and somehow that sounded cool. Rena, no matter what you say, I've won. I've already won, and you just don't want to admit it. That's all. You're right. But maybe that's not how it works. A game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. And that means for me, winning isn't enough. What do you mean? Tap my shoulder with a bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me. I'm gonna make you understand you've lost. I'm not gonna run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. I'll prove it to you. You've already lost, Rena. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? That was stupid. Of course, it's obviously alternate timelines. Who'd believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I don't care if you believe in those things, but I would never believe in anything that stupid. Well, if I have to believe in anything like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember our club's rules? Whoever concedes victory is the correct one. There you go. Rena and I grinned at each other and we went around in circles. Man, I don't even want to comment. I'm just sucked into this. This is so good. We got the fucking time bomb and we're getting to that classic mano-a-mano duel at the end. Instead of the Metal Gear Solid fist fight on the roof of something, we're instead just going for bat versus scimitar. We're gonna call it a scimitar. It's more like a fucking machete though. It's a very unusually shaped machete because it doesn't have a tip. We grinned at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop. We both checked the distance between us. If you can take me down, I'll believe your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call for UFOs to come and beam up livestock. But Rena, if I take you down, I want you to be ready. I don't think you need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You'll never beat me. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was getting interesting. Maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know. When I went through a whole lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power. Really? I wonder what it is. I wonder. Wait, what does the sprite look like this? Okay, same design. They're really consistent with that weirdly, that bizarrely shaped machete with like the flat head. Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches further, and it's easy to handle. Aluminum is quite light. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm gonna fight you face to face, and I'll beat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great! I don't need to hold back at all. So what do you do after you beat me? Take that, and that, and that. I think I might have the upper hand. I'm just warming up. Just wait and see. Wait and see what I do after I take you down. We're both put a lot of chips into this pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout. Aren't you counting your chickens before they've hatched? Your bluffing is just pathetic. You don't get it, do you? They're on an angled roof. Whoever has the high ground wins, right? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep at night, you'll serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you'll be wearing different costumes every day. Wait until I go to sleep at night. What if I make it so you won't let me sleep instead? How about that? That's so like you, Keiichi-kun. No, thank you. Actually, I'll wait and make you my servant. We're still going. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. Only moderately dangerous. They're right above a room filled with gasoline, in which a single spark could destroy the entire building. And they're just like, whoop, we'll fight. Two steel weapons seems good. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, and yet this was so fun. I've been mourning and crying all day while Rena terrified me. This is just what we needed, right? How did all that turn into this? The two of us can't be serious even if we try. Even with sparks flying, we can only goof around. Too bad. It's not me. I like being elegant and graceful. You can have fun giving up by yourself, Keiichi-kun. Alright. Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's too weak. You're done. Finally, I'm warmed up. Finally, I'm warmed up. It's just a warm-up, right? What? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. This is like taking a walk. Hey, you're all sweaty. Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood. Wow, she's Maibara-san, jump! Come on, jump! He isn't even listening to us, is he? He's so into it he can't even hear anything. Who is she? Oh, yeah. Sorry, what is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Uishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. It's a cinematic moment. But Uishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Maibara-san, hang in there! Don't fall! The students who were about to climb into the ambulance, they were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded into a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable, but... Why did I feel this way? It was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Rena and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us. This is a blast. What do you think, Rena? A blast? Isn't this just the best? It does sound like a lot of fun. I've been having fun since the beginning. But it'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open. Wow, that's dangerous. Over here. We're having some fun, right? Just a nice, enjoyable 1v1 duel to the death. Come back here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen too often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can. To make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great. Wait, how did the moon rise so fast? Wasn't it sunset? It was such a fantastical scene. Two people fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. Almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool. It reminds me of the Watanagashi Festival. I don't really like to sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening in silence. Oh? When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All of us club members went crazy on the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. We're still going. We're still going. Going crazy under the moon. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we're already crazy. I feel the same. Keep going. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people, and maybe that's true, or maybe not. One thing that's for sure is that even if there were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings get darker, the sparks we'd create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey, wait, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe nearby? Ah, who cares? The explosion happens. Well, it happens. Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting too sweaty to hold the bag? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your head open while you do that, though. Well, that's a good one. Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. Well, you've been charmed by my legs, I'll just beat you unconscious. I'll just cleave your head from your shoulders. So much fun, isn't it, Rena? Sure is. We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath and charged at each other, letting the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. We were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us was at a disadvantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance myself. A dance I could only dance with someone who I was equally matched. Did you think the same thing I did when we did that club activity with the whole class? The day we dueled with water gun? I did. We wanted to fight like this again. It's slightly more serious though. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate, everyone thought the same thing. We wanted to join. It was the same back then. You're using water guns, but we did the same thing. This is far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. We can't create sparks with water guns. We couldn't strike at each other like this either. We were both breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at one another. Exactly what I said then, but I'm going to say it again. I'll respond the same. We both smiled wickedly in the same moment. This is fun. I don't want it to ever end. Don't hate me if you lose. Never. I'd hate myself for ending the game, but I know I won't be the one crying in the end. I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak, like they're made of straw. Shut up. He's going in. On the attack. Keiichi takes a swing. It goes wide. Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons deadly enough to seriously injure one another. But we were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why do they look so happy? It's just ridiculous. All the people below were watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. Impossible. The battle was absurd and absolutely impossible. Keiichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. They called for him to use the high ground. Good strategy. Good strategy. Satoko and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. Wait, what? To them, this is no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity. A game's a game, I guess. This is just round 2. No one's gonna actually die, right? Right? Even though they had real weapons. Nobody thought they'd get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. I've never seen anything like this before. Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. Indeed, round 2, fight. Been a long time though. That was the start of the arc. What are the snipers doing? The suspect's trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately. Azutaki yelled into the radio. Mion screamed for him to stop. No, don't shoot Rena. Rena's not crazy anymore. She just isn't. She isn't who she was earlier. That's a different Rena. Don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look. She's swinging around the weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her, the hostage is in danger. Oh, no. Don't shoot Rena. Don't shoot Rena. If you shoot Rena, Keiichi will kill you for sure. I guarantee it. Why would he kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei-chan's talking to her too. He's telling her they're equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei-chan will wake her up. He's already waking her up. Rena's nightmare's almost over. Keiichi, you're the best. I don't want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring. Well, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So, what's going to happen to the world, huh? Aren't aliens trying to invade it? But we got the evening shot now. I don't think I care about the aliens or parasites anymore. If the world's gonna perish, well, so be it. Who cares about the conspiracy of the 3 families anyway? That's right, even if a meteor hits Earth tomorrow, nothing could be more fun than this, right? Aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? You sure don't look like you only have a few hours left to live. I also don't see any blood on her. Right, I forgot about that. It's supposed to claw my throat out and die tonight. That's the scenario you came up with. Don't forget it. Come on. Scratch your throat once in a while, at least. I know it doesn't itch anymore, right? It definitely doesn't. It's more fun than scratching your throat could be anyway. My stance is way more fun. I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, and as if a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as if that water gun fight. Back then it was declared a draw. I wonder what happens this time. Who knows? One thing's for certain. I love doing this with you. Me too. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people captivated by our fight. The silence returned and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air. Let's pause for a moment. Okay. We'll end this in one more strike. We moved slowly and increased the distance between us. Everyone realized it. The fight was ending soon. This is it. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Oh, what is it? You're betting something on this, right? Isn't that why we're fighting? I did? Sorry, I forgot. Hopeless. Alright, listen carefully. If I win, you'll become my personal maid and serve me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master. The uniform better be cute. Of course it will. There'll be a variety of uniforms ranging from old-fashioned ones to ones that are a little dangerous. They'll be custom made. They'll fit you perfectly. How about that? My goodness. I don't intend to lose, but that could be fun, somehow. If you win, Rena, I'll believe your stories. Rena was happy until a moment ago, and that expression was suddenly wiped from her face. Aliens are invading the Earth. We have parasites in our brains. The Sonozaki family's pulling the strings, and they're researching the parasites in secret. Aliens will be in control of the world starting tomorrow. I'll believe it. And since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully, so don't worry. Not fun if I win, is it? Her reward sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi-kun. Well, what can I do? You did all this because of what I said, right? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot. Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but the expression was soon wiped off her face too. I'm gonna win no matter what. I want my personal maid! It's not fun if I win. You want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling, Rena spoke. I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi. What? You want me to be your maid? That's something. Oh, you don't have to be my maid. The rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning. And good night every night. I want you to treat me well and let me play around all the time. I guess no matter who wins, we'll always be together. We'll be together, but the one who gets special treatment's different. Alright, this is fun. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? I don't know. Why are we on the rooftop? Why did we come up here in the first place? I don't know. I forgot. Maybe we're both airheads. That's why we floated up here. We're airhead buddies. We're buddies, alright. Well, shall we get started? I don't want to cool down too much. Right, we better finish this before it gets too cold. We raided our weapons and took our stances. I was going to suggest we stop this, I really was. I shook my head slowly. No. We have to finish it, otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end. Not right. It's possible no matter who wins, there'll be no reward. Well, if that happens, we shouldn't hate each other. I'm gonna tell you this now. What? It was fun. I feel the same way. Rena, if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do, we'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. And we'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. And we'll meet again. Right? For sure, right? Yeah, for sure. Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Alright, are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving slowly. It must have looked like shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my bat violently, and as a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof and rolled down to the schoolyard. I'd lost my weapon. And here was Rena's chance, of course. She wouldn't miss it. They reconciled in some way. Yeah, sort of. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms. There was no way for me to fight back. And how is she going to hit you from that angle? That's a really awkward angle. The moon was divided in two. And she said the magic words, X. You about to be Excalibur, dude. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Ah, shit, that was good. I can't even pull my arms away. Hey, Keiichi, it's over, right? It's not over until you swing that hatchet. I don't want it. Huh? I do want it. I don't want it. Rena's arms were raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. Oh, what happened? What went wrong? I loved everyone. I trusted everyone. Why did I doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know. Why am I doing this to people I love so much? You realized it. You realized it. In this world. Can't believe it. Every day was so much fun. Why? Why did I didn't have any complaints. I didn't worry about anything. Why did I try to destroy everything with my own two hands? Three Emiya copies, Ozzy, Sigurd, and Vlad. Nice! Congratulations on the Vlad. The Ozzy and the Sigurd. And the Emiya copies, of course. Yeah, in the shadows, it looks like she has an Urukai weapon. Dude, I called it earlier when you first see it. I'm like, dude, this is an Urukai scimitar. But with a wooden handle, they don't actually have... I'm trying to remember. I think they just have steel handles that are wrapped. Since they're like cast in one piece, they don't use wood for those. Rena, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I'd done anything wrong. I left a note and called Uishi. I believed someone else was at fault. Until, even after I was dead, I didn't even notice I'd sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a misunderstanding when they were trying to help. And how painful it was to not realize it was a sin. You're amazing, Rena. You didn't even kill any of your friends. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Rena. Just incredible. You're totally different from me. Rena stood up slowly, lowering her hatchet. I hurt my friend. I hurt Michan. Just apologize. Personally, I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. I already killed... Huh? No, you haven't. Who'd you kill? Rena and Tepe. Oh, those two. I thought it was right to kill them, but the day I killed them, I started going crazy. Did that mean it was wrong to kill them? I don't know if it was right or wrong. It wasn't the best thing you could do. What do you mean the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her, and I told her something so simple. It was so simple anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either, though. You're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens. It was so simple. You should talk to your friends. Right. You're right. Oh. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends with whom she trusted. And why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it? What's wrong? Why didn't I talk about it? Everyone trusted me. Why didn't I trust them? It was the same way before. I won't laugh at you. You realized it. You realized a lot sooner than I did. We'll trust each other. We never doubt our friends. We'll rely on one another. We'll talk to each other and help each other out. That's why friends are always happy. And why we can endure anything together. Alright, Rena. Why don't we respond to the curtain call? This really is the end of everything. What do you mean by the curtain call? What do you mean? Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. We stood up, holding hands, the moon hanging behind us. And when I nodded, she threw away the hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. And I spoke to the audience in hell, demons who weren't expecting this ending, proclaiming victory. That's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. And we won't doubt each other again. We'll be united forever, no matter what disaster befalls us. Don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? If the script is written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. Boom, sudden ending. Alright, and that's the ending. The incident at the Forest Service Field Office in Hinamizawa. Midday, June 25th of the 58th year of the Showa era. In Hinamizawa, inside the Forest Field Office. On June 25th, suspect Rena broke into the Forest Service Field Office in Hinamizawa, forced her way into the classroom of the local school. Housed within the office complex, took 25 people hostage. Suspect scattered a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time. But at 8:45, several hostages resisted fleeing the building, and at the same time, a special unit from Osaka Police Department's 2nd Riot Division arrived on scene. 24 of the hostages were rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof, and after a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged him in close combat. At 19:10, could be a 7:10 p.m., she agreed. Disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties, all minor injuries. Sonozaki Mion, captured by suspect around noon, escaped at 6:45. Taken to safety, the suspect inflicted minor injuries during the fight. Rika Furude escaped at 6:45. Taken to safety, suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Ojo Satoko fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. Bar, minor injuries when he engaged in combat with the suspect. Regarding the arrest, she disarmed and surrendered to police at 19:10. She was subsequently arrested, taken to Okonomiya Police Station for questioning, and admitted to the outline above. There's been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this, and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Okay. That's not too bad. Seems like an alright ending. Nobody died. Nobody died. Nobody died. It's only a good, all good. We got our first good ending. Unless they do a follow-up and things go poorly. This is our first good ending. Arc 6. It's truly a triumph. We had to suffer 5 times. Suffer through 5 arcs. They're all good though. But they were all good, but our character had to suffer through 5 arcs until we finally reached the ending. The first good ending. We got. Somehow there were 2 more. It feels very complete. And that's it. We're done. Tips reading room. Oh, there's going to be another tip, isn't there? There's probably a tip. Staff room. Yep, the extras. Demon's script, a new extra. Alright, we'll read that. We got one last thing to say. Okay, she's got one last speech to make. Okay, okay. One last tip. Just a little bit of lore. The Demon Script is the name of the one we unlocked. Have a look. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are often spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year, but this June, this summer had already come without rain, like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, the winds are cool, the sunshine is bright. This place could have become a World Heritage Site like the village in Gifu. Oh, what a waste. Thanks to that, there's no irritating tourists around here, see? Makes it much better. Why do tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas? They walk in the middle of the road, you know? Akasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me that much free time. So it's like 2003. Same here. Oh, hey. There he is. The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Hey, how have you been doing lately? Well, I hope you can take it easy today. This is Akasaka. He took care of me back in college. Hello, my name is Akasaka. Uishi was supposed to come today, but he had to go for a medical checkup at the last minute. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So, Akasaka, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went almost 30 years back, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inukai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Uishi and Rika Furude. Rika predicted her own death, and Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life he couldn't save that girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great disaster on TV and met up again with Uishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long, long time, and as a result, all Akasaka and Uishi could do the past 20 years was publish the little information they'd gathered. They asked for their readers to send tips and clues, but recently the seal had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come close until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Uishi's poor health. In fact, he was supposed to come with him, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. Not great. The other two came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at ground SDF. The other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look old. He flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination. Take me to the swamp. No problem. Right this way, sir. The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked each other to signal they were ready, and the young man led them to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't a single drop of water in sight. All the water in the swamp had been replaced by concrete. This is what the swamp looked like now. There's not a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told they sealed it right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived for my mission. Well, let's take a closer look. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge, empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So this is where people say it was a landing spot for UFOs. Really, I never heard of that. Well, that's what they write on occult websites. They say this is the place where our government met with aliens. I can't blame them for such rumors, though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of a forest sure does look weird. Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in 1983, a deadly mixture in the hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide. Hydrogen sulfide, there we go. Engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete. But the people who write those rumors on the internet have a point. Any geologist can tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas with concrete is useless. True, I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent volcanoes from erupting by pouring concrete into them. On the other hand, our country is known to be wasteful construction using taxpayer money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster is an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa, so people easily believed such a rare disaster could occur anywhere on Earth. And that was what happened in Hinamizawa. But a rumor about another possible explanation began to fly around on the internet. They say the disaster was a cover-up by government, a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens instead. Okay. Why the rumor began to spread now? They claim to back up the theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name stuck. Because that sounded like a government conspiracy and people loved it. It's unknown how or from whom they obtained the documents, but they posted scans and pictures, all of which were ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time. Now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation, but since it started on the internet, the truths and lies were mixed, and it's become more like an urban legend. This is what's believed to be mostly true. File 34 is a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano, who worked at a local clinic. Oh dear God. File 34 was likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Hinamizawa and tried to solve it. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into the swamp. It carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. Oh God. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so they were fit for the word demon. She insisted that was the explanation for the myth about demons from the swamp. An alien who survived realized the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them. And this is how Oyashiro was born. He was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since they looked up to him as a deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers to stabilize the disease. It took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left, their symptoms would reemerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave. It leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onigafuchi. The weird practices and miracles the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology they received from the alien. Okay. Those maniacs have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? You remember Nostradamus' prophecies? People said the world was going to end in 1989. Nothing happened, though, and people acted like they didn't even know about it. Those TV shows scared people as much as they could and then ignored the fact it didn't happen. But Mio did predict the disaster. It's not a lie. Look, this page in the scrapbook. You gotta be joking. Akasaka, is this for real? Time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies, becoming harmless. The alien and bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien lived for hundreds of years with protection to the three families. It lived on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. It manipulated the bacteria living in the village and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. It wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers, etc., etc. Things get stranger when people say the disaster was part of its plan to conquer the Earth by spreading the awakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions. They trained at Area 51 in the United States, blah, blah, blah. They moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the village and killed the residents with toxic gas. Hey, that's a movie. There's a movie just like that. Some black guy, lead character. What's the title? Am I something? Yeah, it's too crazy to be real, but the writer of this budgeable, Mio Takano, was mysteriously murdered in June 1983, right before her death. She gave this scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. The girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track down a girl named Rena Ryugu, and it's known as the Rena Ryugu theory on the internet. She inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the plot. Of course, no one believed her. She thought she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Rena took Mio's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, she told the police that the alien was controlling the three families and she was plotting a bioterrorism attack on a massive scale. The very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred. Ooh, it was the next day. Oof. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Could it be coincidence? I don't know. According to people who believe it's not a coincidence, there are many inconsistencies in the SDF's immediate sealing off operation. Building the swamp with concrete is one example. Several of the SDFs on duty testified some people were conducting secret investigations outside usual geological survey before the area was closed off. Those who think it's a coincidence say the researchers simply took precautionary measures to keep unauthorized people out of the area. I gotta agree with the latter, people. People also question why they sealed off the village for so long. After its volcanic gas eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened in Hinamizawa was exceptionally rare, and yet it was sealed for over 20. I heard the residents returned to their home island faster than was originally intended because they requested it so strongly. But in the case of Hinamizawa, there's no residents alive who wanted to return. Perhaps the government took their time until they were certain it was safe. What about this one? SDF members on the mission to seal off Hinamizawa had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after the results came back. Some believe they're using the members of the SDF as test subjects to see if they get infected or not. I think they were just checking up on members' health conditions since they were in the area where the gas disaster occurred. Besides, normal businessmen take annual physicals and they have their blood samples taken. I understand, but I have another interesting theory. There's some people who believe there was no gas emitted during the disaster. No gas? What does that mean? Basically, they're saying there was no gas. It was a sort of government cover-up. Like in the Spielberg movie. You know, the one where humans make contact with UFOs? That's how maniacs always explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say there was no volcanic gas emission? Well, they came to Hinamizawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in the volcanic gas should have caused corrosion to metallic objects and major damage to wildlife, but there's no signs of such disruption, which led them to claim there was no gas to begin with. But this village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt they'd find anything anyway. Well, that's the thing with the internet. You can't believe everything you read. Akasaka, don't tell me you're buying those stories. Well, at first I didn't. Lately, I'm beginning to think there might be some truth. You believe in UFOs? Come the fuck on. Well, what if this scrapbook is the real File 34? Huh? This scrapbook's the one Rena Ryugu possessed when she took the school hostage. It was assumed to be lost during the confusion of the disaster, but Uishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in an evidence storage at the prefectural police headquarters. Back then, he thought Rena was delusional, but after reading this again after the disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse. Of course, there's no proof such microbes existed, but it remains at a theoretical level. He says the three families might have been researching how to bring back the original deadlier microbe to revive the religious devotion they used to have. The Great Disaster could be an experiment that went wrong. In theory, this is based on the theories and myths found on the internet. The village's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the disaster. A girl, Rika, was brutally murdered on the night Rena Ryugu took the school hostage. Oh, rip Rika. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic. Dr. Erie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and killed himself. Rika could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro. But their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the village overnight. It's obvious it wasn't a simple gas disaster. We can't ignore the fact that one girl predicted a bioterrorist attack right before the disaster, and several villagers died mysteriously, including Mio herself, who wrote all that in the scrapbook. It doesn't sound right to say that the disaster was unpredicted and coincidental. When you read this file, it's obvious. You're saying the Great Disaster wasn't a rare natural disaster, but was an act of bioterrorism? In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created nerve gas sarin, unleashing it for the purposes of mass murder. Yeah, I know about that one. In the 80s, the idea of a cult carrying out such an attack of terrorism didn't cross our minds. Some whisper the SDF kept the area sealed so they could study a lethal virus, but I'm not convinced. At least this story sounds more convincing than the one with aliens. The idea of cultists and domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Well, maybe there was a UFO that landed. When Rena took the school hostage, one of her demands was to have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO from the swamp. Ridiculous. Well, even if I want to make sure it's ridiculous or not, look. It's filled with concrete several meters thick. There's no way we can check. All this because of that ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything to prevent volcanic gas. Well, the only way to prove his theory would be to find a survivor of Hinamizawa and try to find that microbe on him or her. Sadly, that's basically impossible. After the disaster, some survivors were subject to a witch hunt. Even if there are any survivors, they won't tell you they're from this area. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. They started dying mysteriously and killing themselves in strange ways. People got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy, and the former residents lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since. In that case, it's a dead end. It's my duty as a cop to keep trying. There's enough circumstantial evidence to say that the disaster wasn't a natural one. Wow, I'm surprised how long this tape is. This is insanely long. Holy shit. Like, okay, I think I could start reeling in the truth behind all this. It's been over 20 years, though. The truth might be lying somewhere deep in the darkness. I may not find any answers. It's already the 21st century. What happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence I had was Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen. No one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village killed themselves. People believed a little girl was a reincarnation of Oyashiro, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind the scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of this scrapbook are true, the disaster could have been avoided if we heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook. After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe what he or she must do is the right thing, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea, a form of character alteration more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through the revelations of doomsday, and at the same time they ordered them to do certain things as a means of salvation. Had them do so voluntarily. The formula was similar to how Rena became a puppet of File 34. Does that mean Rena was mind controlled by someone? Does that mean the cult that mind controlled her tried to cause the end of the world to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make File 34 a religious text for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not sometimes, it makes me feel like someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. Scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. A script for demons who laugh at the loss of human life. Someone who wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. The hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983. Interesting. So we have more information. Namely, they filled the swamp in. It's concrete. The gas still descends and kills everyone the night after this event. Interesting enough. So there's no escaping. There's no escaping the demise, at least not at this point. I'm assuming we'll see a conclusion coincide with an actual conclusion that solves it, and it's not just people not dying from the curse, I guess. Since we saved everything else, everyone but Tomitake and Takano got saved. Maybe there's a condition for the disaster to not occur, like if Tomitake doesn't die, or Rika isn't killed. Well, Rika died, Tomitake died, Takano died. Maybe if those three don't die, there'll be a way forward without the curse occurring. Maybe we're just going to learn more about this disaster. I'm very curious, but I'm afraid we're going to have to find out what happens next in the next arc.